How's it going, guys? Hope you all are doing great. This is E-Vlog coming to you live, and welcome back on another reading on Attack on freaking Titan, chapter 126. Now, before I move in, let me quickly give a rundown on what has happened thus far. A quick one before we move on. On the previous chapters, Aiden was using Zeke as much as Zeke was trying to use him. Aiden, everything he was doing this whole time, in his head, he never forgot who he is. He never forgot what he wanted. So when the time came, when the moment of truth came, Aiden never wavered. He was able to acquire the power of Ymir, the real founding Titan. And with that ability, Aiden was able to acquire Ymir's ability and transformed into his new Titan has not even been revealed yet. Like the full picture of it, the full image of Aiden Titan has not been revealed. His new ability Titan has not been revealed just yet. With that transformation, he was able to summon his own army, his own warrior Titans. Let me say this, when Aiden transformed, his new Titan is so huge, so tall, way bigger than the Colossal Titan, way taller than the Colossal Titan. And his new warrior army, way bigger, way taller than the Colossal Titan. And what Aiden did next is his attention has turned again towards Maryland. He has turned his attention once more towards the Marylands, and he is now marching with his new armies to destroy the Marylands. And in that moment, when Aiden's transformation transformed, in that moment, Annie in her crystal imprisonment, that crystal broke. And Annie knows everything that's been happening thus far. Even though she can't react, everything that is happening, she knows it. She knows everything because Amin always comes down in that basement in her cell to speak to her. Even though she can't respond or react to what Amin is saying, she can hear it. The guards, the corpse army, when they walk by her cell, each time they are talking about what is going on, Annie could hear everything. So when Annie woke up, she is not looking to fight anybody at this point. She wants peace. What she's doing right now is to try to get to Maryland's before Aiden and his new warrior Titans destroys it. So she's trying to get to the Maryland's as it stands. Meanwhile, Zeke, on the other hand, we don't know what is going on with Zeke. But the Titans that drank his spinal fluid, that transformed, are still running wild on the Paradise Island soil. We don't know where Zeke is, and Gilad is dead. He's gone. Falco has acquired the Jaws Titan. Falco is now the new Jaws Titan, and Connie has kidnapped Falco, trying to use him to take him to his mother in his village in order to use the Jaws Titan to revive his mother. It is mayhem right now, guys. It is loco. It is chaos. It is tetumo. So without further ado, Attack on Titan, chapter 126. Let's get it on. Let's get this going, guys. And as always, I want to thank each and every one of you guys. Thanks for joining me on this manga reading. You guys are great. Hey, what happened, Olivia? Attack on Titan, chapter 126, Pride. Hang in there. And in that moment, this girl that tagged along with Annie, or Annie had kind of kidnapped her, gets shot by Hanji. Hanji is in the woods and she shoots this girl down. And we see Hanji going inside the forest. The procedures are all done, Levi, because Hanji is protecting Levi. Levi is still alive. Levi survived. So Hanji says the procedures are all gone. No, sorry about that. The pursuers are all gone, Levi. And we see Hanji taking care of Levi here. Everyone was turned into Titan. Hanji is speaking to Levi right now. Everyone was turned into Titans, but only you survived. The fact that you are still alive with these wounds is for the same reason, isn't it? Because you are an Akuman. And Hanji continues to talk to Levi because Levi right now is unconscious. I wonder just what happened. We can't stop Zeke by ourselves. We have no choice but to leave it to Amin and Pixis because Hanji has no idea what is going on the Paradise Island right now. So she believes that the Colossal Titan can be able to handle whatever that comes to the Paradise Island people. Even if, for instance, we assume that Aiden was betraying Zeke, as long as the Jaegerists rule, this island with the spinal fluid, we are going to be wanted people. We are going to be wanted people our whole lives here. It's probably our turn now. Even if we intended on doing the right thing, the times changed and we are the ones in the cell. I would rather the two of us just leave here, right, Levi? And in that moment, while she's talking and doing all of these things, she goes to fix the carriage. She's fixing the wheel, trying to get them out of the place. And Hanji continues to say, just now, don't tell me, because in the moment that she's talking to Levi, behind her is a huge electricity that sparked up in the air, right? And she turns around and says, just now, don't tell me, Aiden, the world, Levi. And Levi wakes up. Levi gets out of his slumber and he says, beast, piece of shit, where is he? And Hanji says, you don't need to get up. Zeke headed for Shanghai Shina with the Jaegerist. It's been about half a day since then. Just what happened? Levi asked. Oh no, she asked Levi, just what happened? And Levi said, I screwed up. And we get a picture of what happened between him and Zeke when Zeke pulled that detonator and it detonated, and Levi used his knife or his sword to shield himself from grievous damage. And he says, I screwed up without realizing he was prepared to die. I let him go again, Levi says. You must be full of regret, but for now, what's left if we run and hide like this? And Hanji says, what? You could hear my solo soliloquy, huh? What are you building? Levi asked. Are you going to pull me with a horse using that? Levi says, there is no way you can be docile while being kept in the dark. Hanji says, yeah, that's right. I can't. And Levi says, objective is killing Zeke. Our interest, and now Levi has woken up. He's now talking to the Kurt Titan and Captain Maggot. And on top of, the Kurt Titan and Captain Maggot. And Hanji says, our interests match yours. Sorry, Levi is saying this. Our interests match yours. Theo Maggot. Peak Finger. And they all look at each other. And Captain Theo Maggot says, Levi Ackman, it seems like you have strength on par with the 9 Titans, but how do you intend to dodge my bullet like that? And Levi answers, I can't dodge a bullet, but I negligently exposed this pitiful state of mine to the enemy. Shoot or listen. The choice is yours. And Theo continues to say, then I will listen before shooting. You said you would kill Zeke, but where is he now? And Hanji replies to Theo and says, he's probably busy with eating so he can use his royal blood. No, with the founding Titan. Peak says, it seems like you know everything. Titan Professor Hanja. Even more than us, Marylands. Were you able to see the founding Titan? This is Peak asking Hanji, and Hanji responds and says, it was absurdly big, and I know it seems like nothing can be done, but so we have no choice but to do it. Let's combine our strength, that sort of thing. So Hanji is wanting to team up with the Marylands at this point. And we get a camera of the Titans Eren has summoned. These Titans are so gigantic. Like they are taller than the Colossal Titan, man. And they are marching towards the Marylands. And then the camera or the dialogue goes to Misaka or Mikasa. And she's sleeping, but at the same time she opens her eyes, and at this point Mikasa is just, she doesn't know what to do at this point. She's thinking. And we see a camera and we see the camera goes to Annie and the girl with her. And then we see Gabby on a horse with Amin. And we see Connie and Falco in the bush or in the forest. And Connie opens his eyes. How should I feed Falco to my mom? Brute force, after all? If I injure him and he finds out he has a Titan power, it's all over. Because if we remember in the past, Falco couldn't remember what he did or what came into him. Falco couldn't remember that he transformed into, or he has gotten the Jaw Titan's ability. He didn't remember his first transformation. And Connie continues to say, I can't mess up. I have to come up with some good method. He's such an honest kid. He isn't even complaining about camping in a place like this. Even though he shouldn't trust me, does he trust me? Connie feels conflicted. He doesn't know what to do at this point. He doesn't know, but he definitely wants to save his mother, that's for sure. And he says, shit, Sasha, would you understand me? And we now, probably, it's now morning, and Connie is still marching towards his village with Falco on the back of the horse. And Falco asks, weren't we going to a hospital? Why are we in a ruined village? Yeah, there is something interesting here, so I thought I would have to see it. Connie replies. And Falco says, this is Rigako. And Connie turns to him and says, how do you know? I heard you talking to yourself last night. Sasha is the soldier Gabby. Sasha is the soldier Gabby shot on the airship, right? You knew I was someone but pretended not to and brought me here. Why? To take revenge on me? And Connie replies, no, I don't understand that was an act of war. And at this point, Connie has arrived where his mother is under a tent and he pulls it open. And we see Connie's mother is still there. She's in her Titan form, but she cannot move at this point. She's just there. She's still alive. And Falco says, what? And Connie says she can't move, so calm down. She's been like this for years now. What is your intention? Showing me this. I want you to help me brush her teeth, Connie says. I want you to help me brush her teeth. There aren't many opportunities to have an experience like this. And he hands Falco a broom. He has two brooms. And he hands Falco a broom and one to himself. And Falco says, eh? And Connie says, look, you just have to go at it from up there by climbing up there. Hey, right? Okay. Falco! Someone screams. Get away from him! And Falco turns and sees Gabby and he said, Gabby, he's trying to feed you to a Titan. Gabby says, because you inherited the Jaw Titan. And Amy screams, Connie, stop. And in that moment, Connie holds Falco and he says, stay away. You get away from me. And Amin and Gabby stops where they are. And Amin says, Connie. Connie responds, shut up. I don't want to hear it. Don't say anything. You guys don't understand. You are going to say that keeping him alive is better, right? So give up on your mom. Someone righteous like you can't understand an idiot. And Gabby says, Falco, use the Jaws power. And at this point, Gabby continues to say, use the Jaws power, the Jaws power. Falco is, huh? Galad is, and Connie drags him up the ladder. Gabby says, no, stop, Falco. And at that point, Amin is looking on. He doesn't know what to do, and he remembers Commander Ewan because Amin did tell, I believe, Mikasa that they should have revived Commander Ewan instead of him. That Commander Ewan would have been a better match, that he would have known what to do in a situation like this than himself. Than himself. So let's keep going. Gabby, please forgive Connie, Amin says. And Amin, let's see what happens next. Amin dashes towards Connie, jumps up in the air, and goes on top, standing above, very close, very, very close to Connie's mother's mouth, because Connie's mother's mouth is wide open at this point, and Amin goes up. I think he's trying to. Okay, let's keep going. And Connie says, "Hey, hey, hey, hey! I told you to stay away." And Amin positions himself. And Connie says, "Hey, hey, hey! What are you planning to do?" And at this point, Amin is crying. He's shedding tears. He doesn't know what to do. And Connie says, say something, Amin. Say something, Amin. Didn't you just tell me to stay quiet? And Amin, oh my goodness, Amin jumps. Amin says, I will demonstrate. And he jumps, heading to Connie's mother's mouth. Like oh my goodness. And in that moment, Connie leaves Falco and heads towards Amin, dashes towards him and rescues him before Connie's mother could close her mouth. And Connie's mother was actually looking to swallow him. Connie saves Amin, and Falco runs down the ladder and hugs Gabby. This is intense, man. This is literally intense. Excuse me. And as you guys know, I'm trying the best I can to, because I don't want any copyright issues here. Trying to blur this thing out as much as I can. Filter it. as much as I can. So there you have it. So let's continue, y'all. And then Gabby says, "Brother," Connie says, "if I hadn't saved you, you would, if I haven't saved you, what would you have done?" And Amin responds, "Your mom would be human again, as the inheritor of the colossal titan. If that happened, it would make mom suffer. If I think about it, I understand. Even though mom told me to become a fine soldier when she sent me off, her son might have killed children and friends. I ended up becoming that kind of soldier." And Amin responds, "Me too. I couldn't become the commander's replacement." And we see a camera, Falco and Gabby are crying right now. And Connie says, "Amin, I wanted to be a soldier my mom can be proud of. So let's go help people who are in trouble." And the camera goes to the people that were injured. "I looked for you. I am happy. We Were you looking for me?" Or were you looking for these scarves? I knew you would have it. I am sorry, but I thought it would bring me closer to you. The shade of the thunder spear in my stomach can't be removed. It's a shame. I can't see Erin Yeager set the word free. Hmm. And Mikasa is staying quiet while this girl is talking with wearing the scarf Erin gave Miss Mikasa. Just for a bit, I spoke to Mr. Yeager about you. He told me to throw this scarf away. And the camera goes to when this girl brought food to Aiden, and she says, "He told me to throw this scarf away, but if it's going to be thrown away anyways, I could at least have it with me." And Mikasa said, "Give it back. It's because I look up to you I became a soldier," the girl says to Mikasa. And Mikasa turns around and looks at her. And she says, and the girl continues to say, "I have no regrets. I followed you and lived devoting my heart." And the dialogue stops there and goes back to the Paradise Island people. They are still fighting some of the titans that are running wild. And we see Aiden is still marching. His and his soldiers are gunning to the Marylands. They haven't arrived yet, but they're on their way. And we see the villagers looking up, watching these Titan march. That line of Titan is the end of the rumbling. We are finally released from those tremos. Tremos. To me, it was like the sound of the bell bringing about freedom. The Eldian Empire has been persecuted by the world for over 100 years, lived under the threat of the Titans throughout. However, that's over. Now, this is the lead, I guess, the next leader of the military corps of the Paradise Island soldiers. And he continues to say, "We are already free. The laboratories aiding and the Jaegerist have has triumphed over the world. Hey, Mikasa, why don't you join and rule over the Jaegerist?" And Mikasa responds, "I am not interested." Jin seems to feel that Jin feels to seems to feel that way as well. Dedicate your hearts. Dedicate your hearts. Freedom. Jaegerist Banzai. Dedicate your hearts. I will devote my drink to eating. So everyone at this point is that is on Paradise Island. They are celebrating. They are having fun. They are celebrating in Aiden's Jaeger's name. Anyways, we need to hurry back to Renar. This is Amin saying this. Anyways, we need to hurry back to Renar. Rest assured, he's been in a comatose state for about a couple of days now. Okay? It's okay to take this detour. We fill up our stomach. By the way, is it true, Amin, that Annie might be back? Yeah, all hardening has been undone. The possibility of its. Huh? Annie. And Annie shows up. Speaking of Annie, and she shows up. So, moments ago, I believe it was Gabby. Gabby says, anyways, we need to hurry back. No, Amin says we need to hurry back to Renar. Gabby says, rest assured, he's been in a comatose state for about a couple of days now. And Falco says it's okay to take this detour. And now they're sitting down, they're having beer, they're drinking, and they talk about Annie, and Annie shows up eating. It seems like she's hungry. And everyone is shocked. Annie! Annie is devouring that pie. Connie, stop that. For years worth of pie, what is nasty? What a nasty way to eat it. Sorry, waiting in line took some time. She's gone to. I happened to meet with Amin and Connie and went with them. I need to hurry. I am sorry for being a nuisance. Thank you for talking to me for the last 4 years. Farewell from your malicious roommate. Geez, I can't eat all these by myself. Thank you all for gathering here, citizens of the Empire. Now we shall execute these two volunteers who bear a grudge against the Eldian Empire. And these two that they're talking about is Yelin and her subordinate Okoyapun. Jen and the other guy is standing above them holding a gun to execute them. By the same occasion, we Yeagerists shall carry on Erin's will to subdue the world. This is a proclamation. The the island of paradise is now under our rule. And everyone is screaming, yeah, do it, do it. The name of this criminal is Yellen. When she supported the Eldian Empire under the banner of rebellion against Maryland, her real objective was to have Zeke obtain the founder's power and and and, and enact the complete annihilation of Eldians with his euthanasia plan. They are just filthy Marylands. They are just filthy Marylands, and after all, Eden won against Zeke and embedded his plans, but this criminal worked as Zeke's trusted servant, right? This criminal worked as Zeke's trusted servant. Die, whore! Like people are screaming, yelling, all sort of stuff. Die, whore! Hurry up and go to hell already. Yelling. Any last words? And the gun is now being pointed at the back of Yellen. You haven't shoot me yet, she says. And people are screaming, shoot, shoot. People from the continent can go to hell. Shoot. It makes no difference to us, subjects of Ymir. The only ones who will be left are the people carrying Ymir's blood. Shoot, shoot. I am not shooting yet. The criminal's name is Oyakompon. This one worked to support Eldia without knowing about the Anastasia plan. However, he spat out that he would rather choose death over living under the rule of the Eldian Empire. If you change your mind, now now is the time to. And Oyakopon starts laughing. Ha 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 ha. I lent my strength to Eldian in order to rescue my homeland from Maryland, but it was also for the sake of you all, and that's what I get as a result. My homeland being crushed and my family massacred. Well then, all that's left are lousy, chauvinistic bastards. Ha 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 ha. There is no value in sucking up to you lot. You should know how absurd it is to get indiscriminately killed without warning, right? Why don't you guys understand? And the other guy says, don't just keep your mouth shut up. Don't just keep your mouth shut and say something. Jin points his gun towards Oyakopun's head, and he fires a couple of shots, but he didn't hit. He didn't shoot Oyakopun. He just shoot the ground like three or four times. And Jin says, damn, I missed. The other guy says, what are you trying to pull? And in that moment, oh my goodness, guys, oh my goodness. In that moment, the Kurd Titan attacks. And the Kurd Titan is about to swallow Jin Yelin, Oyakopon, and Floch. And Jin pushes Floch away, pushes him off the Kurtz Titan's jaws. It's the Kurt Titan. It ran away. Jane got eaten. Yelena too. Go after them. Get equipped. Carry the injured. Get a move on. And Floch says, shit. Where is Mikasa? She needs to go after Mikasa? Where is she? And you heard that? 4 consecutive gunshot. It's Jen's signal to continue with the plan. So where Mikasa is right now, she heard that gunshot, speaking to Amin, Paco, Gabby, Connie, and Annie. And Connie says, we already packed enough food and weapons. Now the attention should be focused on the other side of the fortress. Let's go. And they got in the carriage. They're leaving. And Annie looks up and says, someone is watching. What do we do, Amin? No choice but to keep moving. Let's hurry up, Mikasa. And the camera goes to and something, and it says, "Bwah!" It seems like the Kurt Titan spat out Jin. Okay, the Kurt Titan swallowed them and spits them out, Jin, Yelin, and Oyokupon. And Jin says, I am not getting inside a Titan's mouth ever again. The Kurt can maintain its Titan form for several months, right? Hey, what's up? N_CLGN. Thanks for joining me. I feel like you might end up going to one. Okay, I see here Dr. Lamb says that it's good to go to 138. Okay. Then in that case, I will update it to 138 then. The Kurt Titan, the Kurt can maintain its Titan form for several months, right? Don't you brush your teeth or anything. that's a pretty rude thing to ask a woman, she says. And Jin says, yak, yak, yak. When did you join force with Marilyn? Last night. Are you okay with that? Even though you would secure your position if you stayed with the Jaegerist. Yeah, at that point, I just wanted to plug my ears and shoot myself inside some room. But the bones turned to ashes wouldn't forgive me for that. Jen, I don't understand what you are talking about, but thank you. Never mind that, just go wash yourself. And Yellen says, why? Even me. The condition to borrow the card's power was to secure you. And Hanji says, and to bring you back alive. Yalin is surprised that she has been saved. And a request from Mr. General. Wake up. And at this point, the dialogue goes away from them and um, goes to Renard. Annie gets to Renard and kicks him and tells him wake up. And Renard wakes up. What? Annie! He's surprised. And Gabby tells him, calm down, Renard. Please calm down. They are all allies. Because Renard wakes up, sees Mikasa, Connie, Amin, Annie, Falco, everyone, like, he's surprised, and they tell him to calm himself down, calm down. And Connie says there is no time, with a weird look in his eyes, looking at Renard. There is no time. Let's hurry up and go. And Renard says, to where? And Connie says, to save the world. And that brings us to the end of chapter 126. This chapter is pretty long, guys. Let's move on to chapter 127. Chapter 127, The Night of the End. Naturally, I will ask for Naturally, I will ask for a house in the Central District. I will be gulping down the finest wine, whether it be morning or noon. I won't take complaints from anyone. I will let my wife, our children, and our grandchildren enjoy a life of happiness. We should have that right, shouldn't we? That's because we fought with our lives on the line. That this island has a future. That's why we should brush it aside. And the camera or the dialogue goes to Hanji. And Hanji says, Jen, it's me. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. Jin is covering his ears at this point. I don't go. Don't think about it. If I just stay still like this, I would get my place at the Central District. Just like this. He covers his ears. He doesn't want to hear anything. And the dialogue goes away from him and goes to Hanji, Mikasa, and Jin is approaching them. Hanji says, so, you came, Jin? Mikasa told me about the situation. I am sorry I couldn't be there. You guys did well under such difficult circumstances. Levi is not fine, but he's alive. He won't be able to fight for a while though. Also, Hanji says first, we will gather collaborators. What we can do or not depends on the allies we have. It seems like she's trying to say what we can do depends on the allies that we have. But without you and the powers of the 9 Titans, there is nothing we can do. The military that existed up until now has been destroyed. So I am no longer your superior officer, but I am still asking this of I will do it. Misaka says, I don't want to let Aiden go any further on this indiscriminate attack, even if it's to protect and even if it's to protect us and this island. I want to stop Aiden. Let's say we really stopped Aiden. What's the plan next? So Misaka says that agrees that she wants to stop Aiden. Jin says, okay, if we stop Aiden, what is the next plan? Even assuming Aiden somehow managed to keep the founder's power, if he only has 4 years left to live, what becomes of the island after that? After that, and for the decades to come, if the hatred the world bears towards us won't go away, then stopping Aiden means that we are destroying this island. I think that so Hanji is about to speak now. I think that from Marilyn's point of view, the rambling got activated as soon as they launched their surprise attack on the island. At least from now on, they might keep their hands off the island for a while, I believe. And Jin says if the world doesn't destroy the island, they have no way to know when they will be the ones getting annihilated. Willie Tiber's speech out to have stirred up the world even more, which is true. And Hanji says that's certainly plausible, but in any case, there is some time before that hypothesis happen. Even if the island is going to be destroyed, we should be able to push it back for several years. And Jin says, but the time passed while we tried looking for a way to do that, and we couldn't find a single solution. That's why Aiden is going to destroy the world. And Hanji says, you can't just massacre everyone. Like hell, there is a good reason to do that. Like hell, there is a good reason to ever do that. Man. Sorry, I made too much noise. As you said, Jin, Aiden ended up there because of my own weak-minded and idealistic thought. Besides, I am yelling about it when I myself try to run away. I try to leave it all behind, to forget about it all and continue with my life. However, I am still the 14th commander of the Survey Corps. I dedicated my heart to humanity's freedom. I can feel that my comrades are watching. Most of them died without ever knowing that humanity existed outside of the walls. Wow. But still, just bringing about this island's freedom is enough. And Hanji continues to say, there is certainly no one among those comrades who would say something so narrow-minded. The time to stop this slaughter, it's now or never. Hanji, I am still a member of the Survey Corps. And in that moment, we see a picture of the Kerr Titan still in her Titan form, Commander Theo, Jen, Levi, Mikasa, Connie, everybody yelling, Floch. And Hanji says, no one's going to give me a hand here. Please stop glaring at each other. The animosity is still there. Stop glaring at each other. And Theo says, huh? Sharing a meal with people whom we have killed and who have killed us so horribly? That's interesting. Why did you change your mind? If you just left Eren Yeager alone, you lot would see the world you wished for becoming a reality, right? A paradise for the island devils. Why is he trying to start something at this point? Why is he saying all of that? And anyways, let's continue. We were this close to preventing Eren and Zeke from coming in contact with each other. If you hadn't interfered, that is, it's as I explained, Mr. General. We do not wish for mass murder. This is Angie saying this. We do not wish for mass murder. If we did, we wouldn't have run and hidden inside a forest to make some stew. In other words, you are telling me you developed a sense of justice? This is Theo that asked Hanji this. In other words, you're telling me that you have developed a sense of justice. And Jin kind of got pretty pissed off about that. And Jin says, justice, you say? Did you just talk about justice right now? You of all people, we lived under the threat of titans. You kept sending after us, but we are the bad guys? You hear that? The reason why we fought desperately is that we didn't want to die, devoured by titans. Are you trying to say that? Are you trying to say that was us acting like devils? You old fuck. Jen is letting him have it. Jen is letting Theo have it right now. And and Theo says, yeah, you look like devils, right? The theories about the threat Paradise posed the theories about the threat Paradise posed turned out to be true, and the world is now about to be destroyed. And Theo continues to say, this is the result you guys fighting to the death led to. Am I wrong? Yo, Theo should shut the hell up right now. He should just. This is not helping the situation, guys. But let's continue. Jin says, hold on. To begin with, if the walls hadn't been broken down and his mom hadn't been eaten right in front of him, Aiden would have never done this. Aiden would have never done this. Are you sure you aren't the one who chased after the rumbling? This is Jane asking Theo, and Theo says, hey. Are we talking about history now? You understand the Eldia, the one who made Merrily suffer and tremble over them first, don't you? How long are you going to keep playing the victim for something that dates back to 2,000 years ago? It really feels like I am talking to a brat. You think that Sally, you think that Sally nonsense is worth anything in the face of 2,000 years after real actual history? What would you say? Let's stop this. Hanji says, let's stop this. This talk about 2,000 years old quarrels that none of us saw with our own eyes is just dull. Jin, Mr. General, is obviously bewildered by our existence. We are strange devils who are willing to even give up on their paradise to rescue the people of the world that tried to eradicate them. Hanji continues to say, we spent several months in the outside world. We can't go back to being ignorant devils anymore. And Annie, this time Annie says, well then, are you prepared to kill him? And Amin says, huh? And Annie says, are you able to kill Aiden? And Mikasa says, killing Aiden isn't the only way to stop him. And Annie says, I thought you would say that, but what would that be? And Annie continues to say, are you going to talk to him or something? Would someone would someone who would change their mind because of that commit gen gen sorry because of that commit genocide? We don't know that unless we try talking to Aiden, Amin says. And Annie says, then assuming we can have a conversation with him, what will we do if he doesn't stop this genocide? Should we try not to think about the final option as much as possible? I knew it. If we who have is quiet, and Annie says again, because you probably have never thought of anything being more important than eating. And at this point, Mikasa is kind of, she feels uncomfortable with Annie saying that. And Mikasa says, in other words, are you saying you have to kill me? And she brings out her sword, her two swords. She's ready to fight now. And Annie is about to go to her, transform into her Titan. And Hanji is like, hey, 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 hey. Theo is like, Leon Hart. And Annie says, I understand your feeling. I understand your feelings very well. Me too. I have one reason to want to stop eating. I don't want my father in Merrily to be killed. That's why I am helping you. If we can stop eating by talking to him, that's fine. If not else, we don't have any reason to fight until then. And Mikasa says, got it. And Hanji says, come on, this stew is ready. Let's eat. And the horse is drinking and eating grass. And even if we let the horses rest, the port is 5 hours from here. We can thank the Azuma Bitos. It seems like Yukumi prepared a flying boat in the port to observe the rumbling. If we use that, we can get close to the founding Titan. And Theo says, I knew it. The Azuma Bitos were working behind our backs. And Hanji says, the problem is the founding Titan's location. If we just fly around blindly, we will quickly run out of fuel. We will quickly run out of fuel. And Theo says, that's right. We have to look for the fountains. Even if I did know, why would I need to answer? And Theo says, the one who lent their knowledge to Aiden, who knew nothing of the continent, was you. Jaeger was planning the rumbling in advance. You should be able to predict something. And Yellen said, you piece of shit. And Theo said, huh? And Yellen says, I am asking why there is a need for me to cooperate with a Maryland's piece of shit. And Annie says, isn't it because we have the upper hand on your life here? And Jane interrupts Annie and says, it's pointless. She's acting like she wants to die. Connie gets in and says, but weren't you fighting merrily for your hometown? Are you fine with your hometown being trampled like this? And Oyokupon says, yelling, tries to calm her down. Isn't it fine? Because she's a merrily piece of shit, just the same. And at this point, since you truly got me in Libro, Yellen, I researched everything about your past and was shocked. This is Miss Peak saying this now. And Miss Peak says, you twisted your generic everyday. You twisted your generic everyday. You twisted your generic everyday Maryland's origins into being from a small country annexed by Maryland. Ever since you met Zeke, disappointed with Maryland, you came up with a certain story. That is a miraculous story of saving the world with a prince. Covering up the truth about yourself, you try to crave yourself into history. I deeply admire your greed. And Yellen smiles and says, eh? And touches Miss Peaks in her Kurt Titan's face and says, it's almost like you are saying you are any different from me. Just what exactly is different between you guys and me? Saving the world. Is there any sweet word that charms people more than that? Giving yourselves to that noble excitement of saving hundreds of millions of lives, washing all the ill will until now down your throat like they didn't exist. That's what you look like in my eyes right now. And Yelling continues to say, let's take a little trip down memory lane, shall we? Renard Bryn, by opening a hole in the wall, how many Eldians did you suppose were devoured by pure titans? Slapping into the walls, sharing joys and sorrow with your comrades here. Betrayal, killing each other, and now you pretend to be a comrade again. Annie Leonhardt, it seems you killed an awful amount of scouts too. Eventually, You trampled the residents of Shochush, Stohush in great numbers. Ah, of course, you Paradise were all extremely heroic against Maryland too. You, normally a sensible person, so cloudly destroyed the military port. I mean, now at this point, yelling is going at everybody. Yelling is tapping, is just taking a piece of everyone. I mean, using the power of the stolen from Barotard Hoover, including civilians. Just how tall of a mountain of corpses did you raise? Did you rise alongside your military gains? And I know nothing of your flair in Libro. You magnificently annihilated the soldiers of Merrily, who greatly outnumbered you and dyed Libro the color of blood, especially Jen. In order to defeat the Kurt, you aimed at Falco and dauntlessly fired your thunder spear. Because the spear barely missed, Falco is still alive. Then, Sasha was shot by the little girl who was there, Gabby. Because Sasha was such a good girl, I was sad too. But it surely can't compare to the sadness and hatred of those who spent time with her like family from when they were trainees. And Jin sips his tea and yelling continues to go in. It's delicious, Hanji-san. Can I have seconds? Yeah, there is still plenty. And Jin says, thanks, Yellen. You are helping us get each other's ill well out and sort out our minds here, right? Even though your whimsical dream that you wanted to come true so badly, you even blew your precious comrades' brains out, ended meaninglessly, ended meaninglessly, and you were ready to die. Sorry for that trouble. Ah, I forgot, Yellen says. I forgot. What was it again? Your close friends name your close friends name you your close friends name you told me before? That's right. It's Marco. If I am not mistaken, you said Annie was involved in his death, right? Did you already hear it from Annie? The truth about Marco's death? And now Annie is about to speak again. I took Marco's 3D maneuvering gear. That's why Marco was devoured by a titan. And Rena says, Annie just obeyed my orders. And Marco had a conversation between me and Bertard that had to be kept secret. I feared our true forms would be found out. I thought that if Marco was killed by a titan, it would silence him well. And Rena continues to say, I threw Marco onto a roof in midair, and while I was holding him down so he couldn't move, Annie removed his 3D maneuvering gear. Marco couldn't move from that spot, and he was eaten by a titan who came from behind him. Now the truth is coming out right now. Like everything yelling is making these guys speak out. Like it is, the tension is rising high, but at the same time they are all feeling bad on everything they've done thus far. So Reina continues to say, Marco, he didn't say any last words. He said, we still haven't talked. And Jin says, yes, that's right. We haven't talked properly. That's why, isn't that why we ended up killing each other and such until either one was dead? If we had talked properly from the beginning, all of the killing up until now and Hanji says it's not too late to start now, even people like us. So what Reina is trying to say, if we had talked properly before, what happened probably wouldn't have happened. And Hanji says it's not too late to start now, even people like us who have ruthlessly killed each other. At least we are now exchanging words without killing each other, which is true. Everyone stays quiet and looks down at this point. Who could have imagined this? Everyone stays quiet and looking down. Everyone is reflecting at this point. Who could have imagined this? That we could eat together around the fire? And Reina says, while I was watching Marco being eaten by the Titan, I asked myself, why is he being eaten? This is messed up. This is, Hanji says, And Reina says, and then I let myself be overcome by rage and I killed that Titan. Okay? While saying, you did this to Marco. And Jin says, enough already. You went crazy because of your sense of guilt, didn't you? And Reina responds, do not forgive me. I really have no idea what to do. And Jin says, enough already. And Reina says, I am sorry. And Jin dashes towards Reina and clubs him with a hook. Catches him with a hook and punches him, grabs him, gives him a straight punch, a solid straight punch. And then Jin proceeds in giving Reina a hammer punch with his hammerhead, like just hammering on him. And everyone rushes towards Jin. Connie and Amin grabs him and pulls him away from Reina. And Reina's face is literally beat up at this point. Like literally, Reina's face has been messed up. And Falco goes towards Reina and touches him kindly, and Gabby rushes towards Reina and hugs him, and she's crying at this point. And Falco says, are you okay, Gabby? And Gabby says to Reina, sorry. And Reina's face has been smashed, like Jin went crazy on him. All of you people from Paradise Island, we wished for all of you to disappear. This is Gabby saying this. We wished all of you to disappear. And Connie, Jin, Amin, and Mikasa are just surprised, like they are in shock. And Gabby continues to say, and then my dad and my mom All the people from Libro ended up disappearing. I am sorry. I realize how incredible, impudent this is of me, but we need your help. She kneels on the ground, she goes on her knees and bows down with humility and says, please, please, lend us your strength, asking for help. Falco grabs him and says, stop the rambling. Falco grabs him and says, stop the rambling with us. And Gabby says, please. Falco says, please. And Jin says, let go of me, Connie. Where are you going, Jin? Jin, where are you going? You don't want a second servant? And Gabby says, it's no use. He went away. And Gabby right now, she's been broken. She is literally broken. Like she is. I never thought that I would see this from Gabby. I never thought that this would happen to get like she has changed. And I hope that she has changed for good and she's not just playing a game to persuade the Paradise Island people to help her stop eating. You know, I hope she is changing for good. And Theo says, Gabby. And he goes to console her. And Levi wakes up. And Levi says, you are so noisy. All you know, and the camera and the dialogue goes to Jin going inside the forest. He's crying, he's shedding tears, he's emotional. And the dialogue comes again and focuses on Gabby and Falco sleeping. And Jin goes up to her, taps her by the shoulder and tells her, wake up. And Gabby opens her eyes, wakes up, and Jin says, it's time to leave. And at this point, everyone is getting ready and packing up. And Gabby says, will you help us? And Jin replies, yes, of course. And Jin grabs Falco. No. Jin goes to Theo, grabs him, because I thought it's Falco because they have the same hair color, grabs Theo and says, well, until when are you gonna sleep, Reina? Okay, it's not even Theo, it's Reina. It's Reina. Well, until when are you gonna sleep, Reina? All of your wounds should have healed already. And he grabs Reina and they all went off. Gabby, I am sorry I kicked you. Are you alright? Jin asked Gabby, are you alright? And Gabby responds, yeah, I am okay, it's fine. And Jin says, is that so? And Jin turns over to Reina and says, Reina, I will not apologize to you. And Reina says, yeah, that's okay. And Jin says, I cannot forgive you. And Reina says, I know. And Annie asks Jin, what about me? Can we really trust the Azumabito? We have no choice but to trust them. Huh? The cart. Stop. So the cart titan is now coming towards them. The cart, stop. It seems like something happened. The harbor. Okay. Yeah, the harbor. And the dialogue goes to the harbor. It was occupied by the Jaegerist fiction. They probably got there before us using the locomotives. There are a great number of soldiers with the 3D and 3DMG deployed to fight. And the camera goes to Flochi holding his gun on the woman that came to Misaka and asked her to join them, the Akuma family. Seems like they sensed we are moving in order to try and stop the rumbling and decided to confront us. The time left to humanity shortens. Only the obstacle increases. And that brings us to the end of chapter 127. Let's go to chapter 128. To think that Flochi would be able to reach here so swiftly. We are finished if the Jaegerists destroyed our airship. Why aren't they destroying it? Theo asked. And Hanji says, I wonder, they probably don't have definite evidence of us being here to try and stop them. It's easy to destroy the ships, however, if the world gets destroyed, it would take hundreds of years for the lost technology to reappear. If they want an uninhabited continent, the airship becomes all the more valuable. Their primary objectives for occupying the harbor might have been that of holding back the Azumabito, who have ships and engineers. Still, if they knew that we were here, they would perverse our airship immediately. Attack on Titan chapter 128, Traitor. The name of this chapter, Traitor. Huh. Shoo, shoo. Let me put the name here. Who is going to betray who, yo? Who is going to betray you? Who is going to betray who? Who is going to be the traitor? So let's continue. Stopping them, even with the power of the 9 Titans, would be very difficult. They are reluctantly joining forces. So, and the camera now goes to everybody, like, Amin, Jen, Rena, Miss Pick, Connie, Mikasa. Everyone is gearing up for battle. And Theo says, if we start stumbling now, though, then we will never be able to stop them. And Gabby says, a plan? What's wrong? Hey, stoop down. That's it. I will kill them all together, all at once. There is no other way of protecting the airship. And Levi is still injured, but it seems like he's now conscious. And Annie says, you need to lend me your weapons and the power of the Titans for this for this. No issue there, no issue there, right? And Connie says, wait a second. Annie responds, why? And Mikasa says, if we attack the harbor indiscriminately, we will end up involving the Azubito too. And Connie says, exactly. Annie says, your ancestors are enemies who attacked our hometown as well, though. And Miss Pig says, no. If the Azubito die, that's a problem for us, Annie. And Azubito, these are going. Should my question now before I proceed? Should the Paradise Island people be working with Maryland's at this point? I understand that they are now able to see their wrongs doing, but the question now is when it comes down to it. You know what? I'm not gonna say this. Let's just continue because I'm not sure when it comes down to it if the Marylands will agree to work with the Paradise Island people, because as it stands, the Paradise Island people are now in their home turf. Let's continue. And Miss Peak says, I am right. I am not. I am right. Am I not? And Oyakompon says, it's exactly as you said. I could somehow find a way to pilot the airship even on my own. But without the Azomabito workers, then the airships would just be boats without wings. The airships are built so that their wings are bent, which lets them have traction on the sea. They will not magically fly if we just unfold the wings. According to how this should work, they need to be brought into the hangar, have a maintenance check together with a flight training done, and only after that they can finally be used as intended. And Rena says, that's how long it will take? Oyakupun says, I don't know. It depends on the Azumabito. And Mikasa sighs. And Annie says, I see. Basically, we need to earn time to prepare the ships while protecting the airships and the Azumabito. And on top of that, we don't want to harm anyone from the Jaegerists who will come attacking us. Is that what you are trying to say? And Jin replies and says, we don't want to harm them. We were all together back in our training days. And Annie says, and so? What are you going to do? My goodness, guys. I don't like where this is going, because the Paradise Island people will have no choice now but to fight their people. This is because Annie knows why she's asking them all of these questions. What are you going to do when you finally run into them? What will be your action? And Annie continues to say, will you tell them? Just how will you earn the time necessary for us to prepare while avoiding harming an enemy that will attack us, and all the while protecting the airships and their Azumabito? Tell me, Amin, just like that time when you chased after me. Remember season 3 or season 2? Tell me your plan. And Miss Peak interrupts and said, "We don't have a plan. Either we settle this right this second, or we screw up and lose our airships." And Connie says, "Wait, we are here to save people. But why is it that the first thing we are going to do is massacre? Well, but the first thing we are going to do is mass kill everyone who is on the island. Why does it have to be like this?" And Annie responds, "Yeah, you guys are not obligated to go along with this in the first place. And to have a choice like this thrown at you." And at this point, Connie scratches his head, and Annie continues to say, if it had been you that day, you wouldn't have chosen to destroy the wall, unlike us." Which is true, because the Paradise Island people are weighing everything. They don't want to kill people and they don't want to attack their own people. They're not like, but the Marylands, it's different. But let's continue. At the end, I am just like you. And after Annie said this, if it had been you that day, you wouldn't have chosen to destroy the wall, unlike us. And in that moment, we get a glimpse, or a camera zooms to when Aiden shaked Rena's hand in the basement on probably episode 3 or 4, or episode 5 of season 4, shook Rena's hand and said, "At the end, I am just like you." And Rena remembers that, and he said, "Is that what you meant?" He's thinking in his head. And now Rena is about to speak, and he says, "The four of you, it's okay if you don't fight." And Connie, Amin, Mikasa, and Jin are looking at him like, "What do you mean?" They are shocked. "The four of you, you don't have to fight." And they're looking at him. Even Miss Peak is surprised. And Rena continues to say, "Watch together with Falco and Gabby from a safe place. If the Jaegerists find you, you will be forced to make the choice willingly. You will be forced to make the choice willing or not. However, do not interfere." And Connie says, "Are you telling us to just watch you kill each other? Is this really a problem that can somehow be solved with a Titan fight?" And Mikasa doesn't have anything to say. Amin doesn't have anything to say at this point. "I have no intention of being a spectator. The Jaegerists have already killed 4 of us anyway." And Hanji says, "And more importantly, there is no time left for humanity anymore." And at this point, I saw the Titans advancing while leaving behind a huge amount of steam out there in the open sea. These Titans have already reached the continent of Maryland. And we see a huge smoke coming close and getting closer and closer to the Maryland. And at this point, everyone's eyes lit up. Miss Peak, Amin, Rena, Connie, Amin, Annie, Mikasa, Jin. And listen to this. If I had to guess, based on their speed, they probably have annihilated every city in the northeast part of Maryland, which is close to here. Whew! My oh my. My oh my. My oh my. All right, let's continue. I didn't think they would be able to cross the sea so quickly. So these titans, they are crossing the sea. They are walking to Maryland's on the sea. With this, they will reach every other continent in the blink of an eye. I wonder how many people have been killed already. And in that moment, Theo goes after Yelin, grabs her by her face, pushes her down, and stomps her left arm and break. Oh, damn. Theo is pissed. And he says, tell us the whereabouts of Eren Yeager. I will keep on breaking every joint in your arm until you speak. At this point, Theo is no longer playing. He is serious now, and he's gone after Yelin. And Hanji says, Maggot! And Yelin is screaming. She is hurt now. You don't have to be afraid. Theo says, I won't kill you. And Yelin smiles and says, I am glad. I changed my mind. I don't want to die until I can see what my eyes, how this is going to end. If you bring me along with you, I might just tell you where Eren is. So Eren, no one knows where Eren is, but you rest assured know that he is around and he's coming. He's coming with his warriors, with his newfound warrior titans. And Hanji says, we need to protect the airships first. And she holds Theo to calm him down. Or Yakupon says there is no time for torture now. And Gabby climbs up the cliff and looks down and sees what is going on. And at this point, Commander Maggot, composes himself. And Gabby yells, Connie, Amin, Mikasa, Jin, I want to apologize for my behavior. Okay, all right. Gabby is looking on what is happening, and Commander Maggot, Theo Maggot, composes himself and says, Connie, Amin, Mikasa, Jen, I want to apologize for my behavior last night. We were wrong. We were wrong. Talking about justice so impudently, and now that we came to this point, I still scandalously struggled to try and prove we were right. Because I was scared to take a straight look at myself, a despicable Marilyn. At this point, guys, Theo confesses. He confesses. You guys remember, he continued to call them devils even after everything. But now he says this, because I was scared to take a look straight. I was scared to take a straight look at myself, a despicable Marilyn. You are not at fault. It's wrong to accuse you of the sins your ancestors committed in the past. Pick, Annie, Renard, you two, there is no reason why you would need to shoulder the entire hatred of this world. But still, we have the responsibility of not forgetting the foolish history drenched in blood and transmit it to the future generations. And Yalin turns and Yalin is looking at Theo. She's surprised. And Theo says Eren Yeager intends to wipe away everything. I cannot allow that. This is Theo saying this. Eren Yeager intends to wipe away everything. I cannot allow that. If we keep on looking away from our foolish behavior, this hell will never end. So I beg of you, this is Theo. He's been broken inside now, and now, just like Gabby, he is asking for their help in humility. He is now humble. He has humbled himself, seeing the smoke, the rumbling of Eren's warrior walking on the sea, approaching the capital of Maryland. It has humbled him. So I beg of you, only for now, please, pretend you don't see our foolish actions. He bows and he's talking, and Yalin says, I refuse. And no, Amin says, I refuse. How can we stand here pretending we are right without even dirtying our hands? Please take a look. Please take a look at that steam. There cannot exist a more dramatic day than this for history to change. And the other and the other Jaegers that have infiltrated the Azumabito's territory, it looks to the Azumabito, the woman, and says the nation of Hizuru is no exception. Of course, your culture will disappear without a trace, and your culture will disappear without a trace and will be reborn into completely new land. You don't have to worry about anything anymore. This is the Jaeger, so one of the Jaeger, probably Floch. You just have to contribute your service to this island. Luckily, Hirusu's brightest engineers are right here. Right? And Jaegers has murdered a couple of people, and the couple of people that are injured, they drag them in the room to keep an eye on them. If you don't want to lose any more subordinates, let me hear what you have to say. And the lady, the woman, the Azumabito woman says, it's hard to say this when you are in such high spirit, but what exactly changed that? What exactly changed that you are so joyful about? If you think that Paradise Island is safe with this, I am sorry to say, but you will just make the news, you will just make the world smaller. You will just continue killing each other as usual. And the Jaeger says, I appreciate your advice. I did in fact feel that way, but what's most important is for you to know your place. And Floch holds a gun on her head and says, "We do not need Hiruzu's technology. If we deny our hunger for such needless luxuries as flying boats and ships." Let me read that again. He holds a gun to her head and says, "We do not need Hiruzu's technology. If we deny our hunger for such needless luxuries as flying boats and seamanship, we can pluck away the seeds of unease. Do you understand? What's most important is for you to understand your place. Do you understand?" This is Floch saying this, and someone yells, "Floch!" And he turns around, looks through the window. "Where are you?" And it is Amin and Connie. And Amin screams, anyone's fine. So hurry up. Where are you, Azumabito?" And Floch is looking down. He sees Connie and Amin screaming. And he says, "Amin!" And Amin and Connie replies, "Floch, where have you been?" Floch says, "What are you making such a fuss about?" And Amin says, "We are chasing the cart titan. They are with the armored titan. They swarm away to the ocean." And Amin continues to say, "If we don't act fast, they will get away. We need the flying boat right now. Hurry up and let the Azumabitos get in ready to fly." And Floch said, "What are you saying?" And Amin says, "What are you doing? Were you not pursuing the Cur Titan? Isn't it obvious they would run to the south? They killed Jin, you see, because they don't want to fight their own people. So Amin and Connie are making up this cock and bull story. They are just, you know, they killed Jin and Oyakopon, you know. And Connie says, "Amin, the flying boat is over. It's over there." And they say, "Floch, hurry up and bring the Azumabito mechanics." And they ride off their horses. They just hit him with that message and they go to the airship. And as they are approaching the airship, the guards there say, "Stop! Stop, Connie! Amin! Des! Samuel! What are you doing? What? Are those bombs?" And Amin says, "You need to take them off now. We need to use it to chase the Maryland survivors who ran into the sea." And Samuel and Des says, "What? Calm down, you two. The truth is, you guys teamed up with Merrily. You guys teamed up with Merrily and are going to use this flying boat and try to stop the rumbling is what we are suspecting." Amin and Connie's eyes lids up. And Connie says, "There is no way we would do that." Excuse me. And Amin says, "That's right. We have stopped eating. What would happen to this island?" Amin says, if we stopped eating, what would happen to this island? And Dad says, yeah. Samuel says, even though we are just about to be safe, there is no way you would expose this island to danger again like that. And Amin said, isn't that obvious? And Dad says, I am glad. I don't know what we would do if you guys betrayed us. And Amin says, just hurry up, please remove the bombs. And Dad says, but if it's you guys, even if it's an enemy country, you would want to stop Aiden's massacre, wouldn't you? I had a feeling like that. Okay. And they look on the sea, and Dad says, what? I removed the destroy. I removed the detonator. Next, if we can get Floch to, okay, so at this point, Des removed it, and Amin says in his head, next, if we can get Floch to hand over Azumabito mechanics, how will we get everyone on the completed airship and leave this place? If everything succeeds, we won't spill any blood unnecessarily. And Floch, the camera goes to Floch, still holding Azumabito's and the mechanics hostage, and he says, don't you think this is a bit strange? If you are going to pursue an enemy you know is running to the south, using the train would be faster, much more than moving while having to let horses rest. The reason why they are sneaking around like that is no, we don't have any evidence, but looks like I should pluck away the seeds of unease after all. And Floch is trying to figure things out, and now he points his gun at one of the engineers. And Miss Azumabito rushes towards him, grabs his hand, and I believe a shot went off. Amin, Connie, Dez, and Samuel looks because they heard a shot. They heard a shot, and all the Jaegerists on top of the roof were like, "Who took that shot? What's going on?" And Amin says in his head, "It's failed." And the camera goes to Miss Azumabito subduing Floch at this point. This woman is no joke. Miss Kiyomi and the other Jaegerists that are standing guard outside the door, comes in and they say, "Floch, hey, Floch." And he says, "Ah, shit, kill them." As if I will die just without a fight. And at this point, before the other two Jaegers that barged in could fire a shot, someone crashes through the glass window, and it is none other and and Miss Azumabito looks, and this happened to be, I think this got to be Misaka, but I'm waiting because the scene right now, this person launches in, kicks the other Jaegerist, kicked his teeth, like kicked a good number of his teeth out, and the other guy takes his shot and fires and misses, of course, and this person hits the other Jaegerist in the face, and given, oh, okay, it's Mikasa, and Mikasa gets the opportunity to club him with a hook. And in this point, Floch is looking subdued and he is unsure of what is going on, and Floch manages to grab his swing gadgets and uses it to escape. And while he's escaping, while he when he swings outside, he yells, "Enemy attack! Mikasa, Amin, Connie, they have betrayed Eldia. Kill them!" Oh, this is not gonna go well. This is not gonna go well. And Mikasa said, they are going to shoot Thunder Spear through the windows. Run to the basement. And the Jaegerist launches their Thunder Spear, and it is chaos. And the Miss Azumabito and the engineers start rushing down the basement. And Mikasa said, it started. If it turns out like this, we no longer have any choice but to annihilate the Jaegerist. And Miss Azumabito says, Mikasa. And before they could do anything, they have been surrounded by the Jaegerists once again. And they point the gun at them and say, stop. Mikasa rushes through them and shoots the Jaegerist. Oh my goodness. Mikasa takes them down without shadow of a doubt. And the other Jaeger, okay. And she then runs into Theo, Jin, and Hanji. And they say, over here, Azumabito, we will avoid the attack in the basement. If you want to live, come with us. And the camera stops there and goes to Amin, Connie, Des, and Samuel. They are now like looking at Amin and Connie, and Des goes back and detonates, like he's about to redetonate the thing that he undetonated. And Connie says, hey, 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 what are you doing? And Des is about to, he haven't touched it yet, but he's about to. And Connie says, stop. Amin says, no, Connie says, Des. Amin says, stop. Oh, and Samuel shoots Amin. Oh my goodness. Des, and Samuel says, hurry and blow up the airship. Do it quickly. And Amin is coughing out blood. And Connie says, Samuel, hey. And Samuel says, shedding tears. My goodness, man. Samuel is shedding tears and he says, you betrayed us, didn't you, Connie? Even though you said you would increase our territory and eat meat with us. Man, guys, and Amin remembered, no, sorry, not Amin. Connie remembered when they were all talking, right? Samuel, Connie, Sasha, Aiden, Connie. When they were, and also Amin, when they were talking about meat, when Sasha was talking about meat and eating meat and stuff like that. Man. And Samuel says, huh? Damn it. Why did this? Holding his gun on Connie. And the camera goes back to the basement. And Mikasa, Theo, They are trying to rescue the Azumabito. The basement is a dead end. They will just kill us with time. And Theo continues to say, "This is fine. This is fine if we are safe. They can run as wild as they like." And the Jaegerist continues to launch the thunderbolt inside the building. They escape to the basement, bringing more explosives. And Floch says, "Do they intend to hole up, haul up in the basement? We haul up in the basement where they have nowhere to run? No, it can't be. This is..." And in that moment, Reina and Annie is on the move, and they attacked Samuel, right? So in that moment, there is an explosion. Explosion happened, but it didn't happen to the airship though. And in that moment, Reina tackles Samuel, and the camera goes to where Gabby, Falco, Oyakupon, and I forgot who else is there. It was no use after all, huh? Why did it turn out like this? And Yellen says, "You can't take violence away from people. Right, Captain?" She asked Levi. And Levi, you see like half of his face is covered with band-aid. And in that moment of explosion, okay. In the moment where Floch was about to attack the building more, in that moment, Annie and Reynard transforms into their Titan. They transforms into their Titan ability and started to whoop and kill and massacre the Jaegerists at this point. And Jin, Hanji, and the others are still in the basement. And with that distraction, Connie attacks Samuel holding his gun. Amin is on the other side bleeding out. Dez doesn't know what to do. He is literally in shock at this point. He doesn't know if to detonate or not. And Samuel says, "Dez, blow it up." And Dez looks at Samuel and says, "Samuel." And Connie, and with the distraction again, Amin gets up and tackles Dez. And Dez says, "Amin, stop. Stop." Oh my goodness. And Dez pulls out his gun and points it on Amin's forehead. And Connie looks over and says, "Amin." And Samuel says, "You traitors, why aren't we comrades?" And Connie says, "You are our comrades, but I am..." And Connie takes the gun off Samuel, and Samuel says, "Stop." And Connie takes... Oh my goodness, guys. I knew this will end up happening. I knew that this will end up happening. Connie grabs Samuel's gun and shoots Dez in the forehead. And then shoots Samuel in the forehead. The dream they had together ends as a nightmare. Whew, man. Then that brings us to chapter 129. Oh my goodness, guys. Chapter 129. Chapter 129. Nostalgia. And in that moment, Amin can't believe what just happened. Connie can't believe himself, and Connie didn't shoot Samuel once. He shot him 3 times actually in the head. And Connie turns around and sees Annie killing the Jaegerist, causing mayhem, and looks over to the other side, sees Reyna in his Armor Titan form, racking stuff up, massacring the Jaegerist. And Jin, Hanji, Theo looks to the engineers and said, "What do you just say?" It's usually takes a day for the maintenance before we can fly the plane. If it's in good condition, half a day will do. And Theo says, "Half a day? You expect us to hold off the enemy for that long?" And he continued to say, "The enemy will be sending reinforcements. It's impossible to hold off for that long with Titan powers, which can only last a couple of hours." And Annie says, "It's too late." Sorry, not Annie, Hanji. Hanji says, "The rumbling is faster than horses and it can go through obstacles." And at this point, the dialogue goes to the warrior. Like, I'm not sure how many warriors am I looking at. Like, there's an army of Titans storming towards the Maryland. Roughly 600 kilometers from the coast will be damaged, and it will take 4 days to destroy the entire continent. And at this point, the engineers and Miss Azumabito, their eyes lit up. And Theo, his eyes lit up. And Hanji says, and she says, "Even if we stopped aiding as fast as possible, Libro is already doomed." And Theo is analyzing everything that Hanji just said, and Theo says, "Even if we fly, we won't be able to locate Aiden. It will take more time. Holding off here for half a day is already impossible." And Miss Azumabito says, I have an idea. A city south from here is Odaya, in which Azumabito family has a facility. We can get the plane ready there. We can leave now on the ship with the plane docked and have the plane to fly from there. And Hanji says, "Merrill's coast, in terms of distance, wouldn't it be destroyed by the rumbling soon?" And Miss Azumabito says Odaya is ahead of the rumbling, but staying there for half a day is a gamble. And Theo says, anyway, flying from here is impossible. And is there okay at this point um Jen says I will call Captain Levi and the others. And is there coal on the ship? Yes, but it takes around 30 minutes to leave. 15 minutes if you guys die. Know that not only Hiruzu, but the whole world will end. I will tell Mikasa. And the camera goes off them, and the dialogue goes to Annie and Rena fighting the Jaegerist. Annie is doing as much as she can to protect the back of her neck because that's her weakness. And someone swings behind her, and she, and she sees this Jaegerist, and this Jaegerist says, "Take this." And before the Jaegerist can shoot that thunderbolt, Mikasa takes him down. And he says, change of plans, right? She says she is now hanging on Annie's head and the side of her mouth. I never imagined that this day will come. I never for once imagined that this day will arrive. The day where Mikasa is so comfortable around Annie in her tightened form. And she says, change of plans. We will escape with the ship and fly from the continent. Help us reach to the ship. Maintenance on the continent, Annie asked. And Annie kills another Jaegerist. It's unsafe here for sure, but would we be able to beat the founding titan with that? Will I be able to go to my dad in Libro? Annie is concerned about her parents, which is the reason why she came here in the first place. She's very, very concerned about her parents at this point. And Theo says, now go. And Floch says, it's the Azumabito. Kill her. And before they can take that shot, Mikasa and Hanji closes in on these Jaegerists and cuts their head off, leaving Theo. And Theo pulls out his gun, shooting at Hanji and Mikasa. And Theo says, you traitors! And he's shooting. Why is Azumabito out there? Why is she out there risking her life? No, wait, he says. Reina! And Theo shouts, Reina! Because one of the Jaegerists is now shooting at the engineers and Miss Azumabito, and Theo shouts, Reina! And Reina rushes, uses his armor titan arm to defend them, and behind them, the Jaegerists are approaching him. The Jaegerists are behind them, and Reina is able to, cover and shield them. And before the other Jaegerists can attack Reina, Theo shoots him in the air and snipes him off. And he tells Miss Azumabito and the engineers to run. Go for Azumabito. Take care of the female Titan later. So Theo is commanding the Jaegerists to go after Azumabito. And they shouldn't worry about the Titans right now. The mission is take care of Azumabito. Like Annie will let that happen. They shoot their thunderbolts towards Azumabito and the engineers. Annie blocks it with her arm and it shoots her arm and explodes. Man, this is intense, man. This is intense. And Theo says, "Get up. The ship is right there. You are getting in the way." No, the ship is right there. And the Jaegerist says to Annie, "You are getting in the way." And they fire their thunderbolts again, their thunder spirit again. And this time, instead of hitting Annie, Reyna rushes in and takes the hit of those thunder spear. And he blows on Reyna's face. He explodes on Reyna's face. And Reyna's face looks beat up at this point. And Flochi is looking on and saying, "Are they thinking of escaping with that ship? With the plane? This is not good. They are going to fly away from the continent. Bring all the Thunder Spear. They are going right to Aiden to kill him. Do whatever you can to destroy the ship. If Aiden dies, paradise will sink into a sea of blood. Your parents, siblings, and children will all die. Dedicate your hearts." And in that moment, we see the Kurt Titan carrying Falco, Levi, Gabi, Oyakupon, and Yelin. And Falco says, geez. Yelin says they started to go for the ship. And the Kurt Titan is watching everything go down. At this rate, those two wouldn't last, she says. And Falco says, "I must fight." Falco looks over and says, "I must fight," because at this point, all the Jaegerists have focused all their strife and attention on Reyna and Annie, and they're taking quite a beating thus far. And Falco says, "I must fight with my jaw tightened." And Miss Peak says, "No, it's not easy transforming for the first time. But if they keep this up, leave it to me. I will fight after I bring you to the ship." And Reyna and Annie continues to take damage. And Falco says, "If it was Mr. Galliard instead of me, he wouldn't be staying here like this." And he jumps up the Kurt Titan's back. He jumps up Miss Peak's back. And Falco continues to say he wouldn't be sitting here debating about what to do. And Falco rushes to the battlefield and Miss Peak calls out to him, "Falco, we are going to the ship first." And Falco didn't want to listen. And the camera goes to Theo telling the engineers and Miss Azumabito to get on board, get on, hurry up, and prepare to depart. And he looks over and he sees Connie and Amin. Amin is slowly regenerating. And he said he was shot, and Connie says he was shot in the chest and his stomach. And Maggot Theo says also in the jaw. "I will heal quickly. And I will protect the ship." And the dialogue goes to, and at this point, the Kurt Titan is able to make it to the ship with Gabi, Oyakupon, and Yelin. And the Kurt Titan says, "General Maggot, And he looks over and says, Falco is. And Mikasa says, we have to help Rena and Annie. And Hanji says, but reinforcements are coming from the station. We have to stop it. We won't be able to leave. And Hanji says, what? And the Jaeger says, what? That's our reinforcement. That's our reinforcements have been hit. But by whom? Their reinforcement has been hit, but they don't know who hit it. And in that moment, Falco is cutting his palm. He wants to transform. And Jin rushes to him and said, what are you doing, Falco? Get on the ship right now. And Jin looks over to Reina and Annie. They have taken a lot of beating. Even the Jaegers has shot off Annie's Titan's head. And Reina has no arm. Annie has no arms. Like they've been demobilized almost. And Jin says, Annie! And the Jaegerist rushes to, take them out for good. It's now or never. End them. And Reina says, I can't move. Hello guys, thanks for joining me. If you're watching me for the very first time, thanks for joining. Don't forget to subscribe, turn on the notification, and get your membership. And Reina says, I can't move. Annie says, I can't see. And the Jaegeress is gunning towards them at this point. And there we are met with somebody else. There we are met with Connie. Connie's like, whoo! Connie cuts a guy's face into two, takes the other Jaegers that were approaching Annie and Reina. And Reina is surprised and he says, Connie. And the Jaegers start shooting at Connie. And they say, die, 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 you traitor, die. They start shooting at him. And thanks to Mikasa and Hanji, they came behind the Jaegerist and kills them. And in that moment, with that distraction, there are two Jaegerists left at this point. Floch and one other Jaegerist. And Jin came behind Floch and shoots him. And that shot, the bullet went through the back of his head and shoots his eyeball off. Whew. And Jin says, if we hesitate, our comrades will die. And while that scene is going on, the Kurt Titan uses her jaws and eats the other Jaegerists that are in the air. It seems that this Jaegerist continues to come. They continues to pop up. And okay guys, let me rephrase that. That wasn't Floch because I thought it was Floch. The Kurt Titan eats the other Jaegerists that are in the air. And Floch and the other Jaegerists are watching on, and one of his subordinates says, Floch, and Floch answers, I know. Use the spear on the Kurt. Use the guns to take out the traitors. We do it at the same time, all at once. Okay. Because some of the reinforcements has arrived, Floch is now saying we have to go all in. Go all out. Fight them all together at once. protect our island, our country. They're going after the Kurt Titan at this point, and Connie sees what is going on or what is about to happen. He sees that the Jaegers are firing countless thunder spear at the Kurt, and the Kurt Titan is trying to get out of harm's way. Bullets flying everywhere. Hanji is trying to brace herself. Jin is hiding because the Jaegers have closed in on him, shooting at him. Mikasa is whooping ass, killing people, and Falco have not transformed yet. And in that moment, he looks at his palm and boom! An explosion happens. An explosion happens. And Gabby looks on and says, "No way, did Falco just..." And Theo says, "I will leave you to it, Gabby." And she says, "Yes, sir." And we go in the basement, or the camera goes in the basement, and we see what Oyakupon and the engineers are doing at this point. And in that moment, whoo, oh my goodness, I'm not sure if this is Zeke or if this is Aiden. A huge Titan comes out of the sea, lands on the shore, and I believe this, I don't know, this looks like Zeke, but I'm not sure if it is Falco. Like, let's just keep reading at this point. This is incredible. This Titan comes out, transforms. Oh, it's Falco actually. And Gabby and Miss Peak says, "Falco." And this Titan is whooping ass. Jin is shooting at the other Jaegers. Now they are collapsing. And Connie is whooping ass, killing the Jaegers. And he says, "It's now or never. It's now or never." And Hanji is killing. Mikasa is killing. The Jaws Titan is killing. Oh my goodness, it is mayhem, man. And Floch is surprised at everything. And the Jaw Titan goes after Floch, and Floch dodges it. And Gabby Floch dodges it, and Miss Peak looks up and says, "No!" And Floch, with his thunder spear, is going after the ship. And one of them made it out. "One shot will do it," Floch says. "One shot will do it. Just one shot at the bottom of the ship." And everyone's eyes lit up, and they're looking at Floch. No one to stop him at this point. He has his thunder spear ready to fire at the bottom of the ship. And he says, "I am the one who is going to save Eldia." And in that moment, something else happens to him. In that moment, Gabby shoots that thunder spear, exploding in the hand of Floch. No. Gabby shoots one of Floch's thunder spear, and Floch missed. Right? Gabby shoots Floch, and Floch missed. And Hanji says, "Gabby, good job." And the other Jaegers that are watching and says, "Floch." Before they could finish their sentence, Misaka closes in on them and kills them. And at this point, Yokupon says, we are leaving. Get in." And they all gets on the ship. No. He says that "we are leaving. Get in." And they are on the rooftop. Mikasa, Connie, Jin, and Hanji are on the rooftop. And Jin says, let's go before those guys come back. And in that moment, another a Titan rises up. And Jin turns around and says, what? And Miss Pig says, Falco, there are no enemies. Get out. Miss Pig is still in her Titan's body, and she's telling Falco. Falco's Titan looks so different. Oh my goodness. His Titan is so different. And she tells him, get out. There is no enemy here. Because Falco, it looks like he's going after Connie, Jin, Mikasa, and Annie. And Falco launches towards the Kurt Titan and bites her by the neck. And Falco's Titan is so different, something that I've never seen before. His arm looks like a dinosaur. Take down Falco, she says. And Falco is biting Miss Pig. And Theo says, it's okay now. Oh, and Miss Pig says, take down Falco. And a sword slashes Falco's Titan's back. And they pull him out of his Titan body. And Theo says, it's okay now, Falco. You did well. And they are now heading towards the ship. And Yakupon says, get on quickly. And everyone looks beat up. Everyone looks messed up. Theo is carrying Falco. Reina is being carried by Jin and Connie. Miss Pig is being led by Hanji. And Annie is being led by Mikasa. I never thought that this day will come. But the reason why I'm saying but is there's always, I feel like at the end of it all, something tells me that things might not go as planned, because Marilyn and the Paradise Island are working together as it stands. Let's keep going. Are you okay? For now. Leave now. What? About what? What about you? So Theo tells Oyakupon to take Falco and leave now. And Oyakupon says, what about you? And Theo answers, I will take care of it here. He doesn't want to leave, guys. He doesn't want to leave. He says, I will take care of it here. And everyone looks back at Theo and they are like, why do you want to stay here? For what? Why do you want to stay here for? What's your plan? What's your, you know? And the ship leaves, and Gabby is looking after Falco, and she says, Commander turned back Falco. And Miss Peak says, yeah, that could have been bad. And Gabby said, so where is Commander Maggot? And Miss Peak said, what a stubborn man he is. And Commander Theo is now left alone by himself. He's left alone by himself on the shores, and the Jaegerists, the survivors, sees him and they scream, enemy. They are still here. And Theo turns around and shoots them. Like, this man is so quick. He shoots two, and the third one makes it down. And Theo says, "Was it you who stopped the Jaegerists?" Okay, okay. The third Jaegerist that jumped down says, "Was it you who stopped the Jaegerist reinforcements?" Let me go back, guys. Let me go back. In the end, when Theo killed two Jaegerists, the third one, sorry, jumped down and says, I believe Theo is one that said it. Was it you that stopped the Jaegerist reinforcements? And the Jaegerist says yes. Why didn't you get on the ship? And Theo looks at him and said, that is a stolen ship from Merlin. We that is a stolen ship from Maryland. That is a stolen ship from Maryland. With that kind of speed, it will catch up to our allies and sink them into time, and sink them in no time. That can't stay here. Then I will help. And I saw the Maryland commander going into the ship. Attack! This attack used this ship to chase the enemy and sink them. Okay, use this ship to chase the enemy and sink them. And the Yegris goes inside the ship with Theo, and they closes the door, and they said they are here. Doesn't matter. I'm gonna light the gunpowder on. I'm gonna light the gunpowder on fire. If you want to dive into the sea now, if you want to dive into the sea, now is the time. And the Jaegerist guy says, "No, I am good. I was just wondering when I was going to die anyway." And Theo looks back at him and says, "Why are you on our side? This island might get the worst of it." And the Jaegerist guy said, "I saw my students heading south from the fort in Schengenheina with Annie Lionheart. With Annie Lionheart, dear, I realized their goal, and I felt emotional from my students' growth. If you didn't stop the reinforcements, we would have been done for. You will become one of the heroes who saved the world." And Yeager says, "Then the same goes for you." And Theo continues to pull out the gunpowder. And I can't be proud of myself. I went against my will and followed the orders of my country and told those kids to destroy the walls. At this point, Theo realized that everything he's done thus far, everything he did up until this point has been wrong, that he's been living a life that is not justifiable. Just because his country said that these other people are devils, destroy them, he went according to plan, and you know, now I realize how happy I would be if those kids could live normal lives. And he imagines uh, the next generation kids, Falco, Colt, Gabby, uh, Zeke, Nah, you know, Gallad, Misspeak. And the Jaegerist guy said, even if you aren't proud of yourself, open up. I think you are a great person. And those kids probably do as well. And Theo says, thanks. What is your name? And Diego, finally, we get a name. Keith Shedis. Keith Shedis. You, Theo Maggot? And in that moment, the explosion happens. The explosion happens, and Miss Azumabito, Jin, Hanji, Miss Peak, Gabby, Oyapokon yelling are looking on, and they see this explosion happen. What a huge explosion. Excuse me. Humans can decide their own fate. And that brings us to the end of chapter 129. Let's go to chapter 130. Chapter 130. The route was decided by Maggot and I. There really isn't any other option. Saving Libro is no longer possible. Then there is no point in me staying here. And Annie is now thinking about her family at this point, her mother and her father. And she says, I am getting off. Even if I stop and stand my ground right now, Merrily and Libro's destruction is inevitable. And Hanji said Maggot knew about this. But he just risked his own life just to save you. This isn't for Libro nor for Merrily. It's to save the lives of people you don't even know. And he entrusted you with this. Going back to my first question, can you kill? Okay, this is Annie going back to her first question again, and asks Mikasa actually. Going back to my first question, can you kill Aiden? And Mikasa looks down with a disappointment look on her face, and she says, if I try to kill Aiden, can you stand still? At this point, everyone is looking at the conversation between Mikasa and Annie. And Annie says, now I don't want to fight. And I don't want to kill him. This is Annie saying this. He says this to Mikasa, and Mikasa's eyes lit up. Not even with you guys. Not even with Aiden. Where does it start? Back then, and it seems like Mikasa is going back in her memory lane. Back then, you see her with firewood on her back, and Aiden is sitting down behind the tree. Doesn't matter. Even if it was all decided that the very beginning, I wanted this. Everything that happened is the way to save the world and Eldia is to follow the anesthesia. Combining wine with spinal fluid was only reserved reserved to high soldiers who restricted reform. Zeke believes in you. I do. Like, this is Mikasa remembering all these things and remembering when Yelin is talking to her. Zeke believes in you. I do. I will follow Zeke's plan, and I will only pretend to follow him. But I will only pretend to follow him. Say, same with you. Pretend to follow the pretend to follow. That's what we do. The PMS are planning to feed you to Zeke, who arrived on this island. Fight against those bastards who arrived on this island. I am not here just to take care of cows. I know that. Fight against those bastards or escape from here immediately. I don't have to run or hide. If there is a way for the island to survive, I will agree with. There is no other way, but Aiden, you protect me, and everyone took action. That's enough for me. I believe this is Mikasa and Historia talking here. And she is going back in her memory lane. Even if you are fine with it, I am not. I will destroy the world. And Mikasa goes back again, and this person, they're having a conversation. All enemies in this world without leaving a single one of them. That's wrong. Some people outside of this island are completely innocent. Just like your mother. There are people who will be unaware of their fate and death. And this is Alien talking. This is in the past, I know, but the only option to eradicate this ongoing hatred is to eradicate the hatred outside this island for good. Historia, for you to bear a child and become a sacrifice, the circle of letting children eat royals. I won't let that happen at all cost. And Historia says, Aiden, you don't stop this. We will live in guilt for our crimes. And Aiden says, if you can't stand the guilt, I will manipulate your memories using the power of the founding titan. But if you stay still, that's you can do it. You saved me. I got saved by the worst girl in the world. And we get a scene where Aiden and Zeke are talking when Aiden went to the Marylands and disguised himself. It's a specific side effect for Ackmans. I don't think Titan shifters or Mr. Cassava ever had it. Record says that when the instinct of an Ackman were stimulated, the host activates its sense. The habit of protecting the host. Do you think it's even possible? Mikasa, that Akma girl, you want to know the true nature of your favor, don't you? This is Zeke speaking to Aiden at this point. This is Zeke speaking to Aiden. I think Mikasa's feelings have. This is in the past when Aiden was in Maryland's, when he disguised himself speaking to Zeke. I think Mikasa's feelings have no unavoidable reasons. Her feelings are to the point where she is willing to go through the same hell with you and killing those titans. She just loves you, Zeke says. Then Aiden, so what are you gonna say to her? What are you talking about? Aiden says. For now, at least, I can only live for 4 years. How about I bear a child? And even if I died, their lives will continue. I hope it continues to live peacefully. And Aiden remembers everyone when everyone was alive, having fun, eating and drinking, and all of that stuff. Now we get back to the regular situation. Allied Nation Fleet. We have the largest cannon on the on the on the planet, all gathered here. Humanity's hope are aiming towards the same goals. This massive fleet can't be stopped. If we can't stop this, humanity will cease to exist. This designates the ground. This designate ground, and we see ahead there is a huge smoke or a huge vapor of titans coming, and the huge smoke continues to get closer to the fleet, towards the fleet. And they say fire, and as they fire, a lot of shots. They hit some of the warrior titans that Eren is has with him, and this ship fleet continues to fire towards the titan warriors. And at this point, the ships are being attacked as well, and they look below, and they look up, and they see these huge, tall, giant titans. This is the titans that I talked about, Eren's warrior titans, closing in on them. And these titans, some of the titans went under the ocean, and they rose up and racked each and every ship. Well, not all of them, but racked most of them, and the other ship behind are still firing at these colossal, giant, humongous, colossal looking titans. And at this point, the Maryland's army or navy, they are terrified because there are too many of them, and they start some of them start running for their lives, and some of them continues to shoot at these humongous giant titans. And when the Maryland soldiers sees this, even the ones on the land, they start running. And then at that moment, oh my goodness, guys, in that moment, we see a huge body, some weird looking, that is way taller than the colossal titan. Imagine this, guys. You know how tall Amin's colossal titan is. The titans that Aiden is controlling is way taller than Amin's titan. And Aiden himself, with the power of Ymir, inheriting the power of the founding titan, is way taller than those giant colossal looking titan that are taller than Amin. Like, it is so bizarre. And we see Aiden's new titan, a full picture, maybe not full yet, but we see how huge it is and how tall it is, and we see the face. That's to be the attack titan. Woo! The attack titan. Oh my goodness, guys. I'm gonna let me take a screenshot of this, man. This is bizarre, man. The attack titan. The attack titan. The attack titan. Damn. This is so different than any other titans that I have seen in my life. This looks, oh my goodness. And each and every Merlin soldiers, their eyes lit up. They are terrified. They are now in terror. I bet you some of them shit their pants at this point, peed on themselves. Some of them probably fart, right? They farted on themselves. And in that moment, I believe Aiden is looking down on the Marylands, looking at the Marylands, like the Marylands pretty much. And in that moment, we see a picture of what's her name? Grishy's first wife, Dinah. We see a picture. In that moment, we are shown a picture of Dinah swallowing and eating Aiden's mother. And we see young Aiden being carried away along with Mikasa. And Aiden is looking back, looking at his mother, getting eaten by Dinah. And the camera goes to young Aiden's face, how terrified his face. I bet you that trauma, what Aiden experienced at that particular time, he can never forget it, and he will never forget it, right? Young Aiden's face lit up, and since that day, without stopping even once, he kept moving forward. Aiden's Titan, oh my goodness. And then we see how long we see how long Aiden Titan is. The extent, the length of it is enormous, guys. I'm telling you now, the extent of Aiden's Titan is enormous. We are even yet to see the full extent, the full picture of his Titan. It's too big to show the full extent of it. Okay, it's just too big. And in that moment, we look at these civilians that resides in the district, in the outer district. Look, Halal, we are the only ones who know about this hiding place. We will save money until this bag is full, and then we will definitely find a good place to live, and everybody but Ramesses. If we keep stealing like this, someday we will get someday you will get your left hand cut off too. You shouldn't do anything that will make grandpa sad anymore. But somebody has to do it so everyone can live that worn out tent. Not everybody makes it through winter. People die every year. Yeah, I don't want that anymore. That's why, Halal, if I die, please give this money to everybody. Ramsey, hide it, hide it, hide it. What is it? The people from town, they are running. And these two kids, they're trying to save their money, and they see people running. The people of the town are running, they're screaming, they're yelling, and these two kids are looking at these people running. Why? Why are they running? And then they feel the ground is rumbling. Now that takes us to chapter 131. Rumbling. Oof. And I think these kids are, at least they are kind of out of the way. They are not too close to these huge warriors of Titans. And they look up and they go on top of the cliff where they can get better views, and they see there there is crying. And with the rumbling, all the birds in the forest start flying like they are this in disarray at this point. All the birds start, like, I don't know how long it will take, but someday those people will massacre them. Those people, I will massacre them all. And at this point, we went back in time when Aiden, when he escaped or got away from his friend, when they came to Maryland to investigate on the Marylands, and Aiden is walking around the market or the area, and he said, before long, they will all die. This is Aiden saying this from the get-go, from long ago. Before long, they will all die. No, I will kill them. Right, therefore, it's decided. In the future, too, Paradise Island didn't find a way to survive, right? Anything and everything will be lost. House, people, animal, dreams, life. This is Aiden while he's walking on Maryland's island soil. He's looking at everybody, enjoying themselves. Husband and wife touching their unborn child in the woman's stomach. Women nurturing their son. And Aiden is looking at this, looking at all of them, enjoying their freedom. And he says, Mom, what would she think? Are the ones who must die us Eldian people? Just like how the king of the walls chose the path of suicide, I should probably help him. This kid is a refuge from another country and repeat offender, pickpocket. So this is just tradesmen doing a bit of pest control. It's got nothing to do with you. Get lost. So while Aaron is walking around Maryland and he sees a kid getting bullied, well, he's a pickpocketer, and these men captured him and they're about to deal with him. Aaron saw it and they tell Aaron to get lost. Yeah, that's true. What am I thinking? Even though I will kill that boy someday, how how conceited, how conceited. And he walks away. Aaron walks away. And he says, there are no limits to the violence I will be committing from here on. There are no excuse for my pretend justice. And as he walks away, that little kid is getting hammered and getting his ass whooped. And Aiden rushes to him and said, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. And he starts crying. And in that moment, the kid is looking over to these titans coming. And the kid says, why are you crying? No, I think Aiden said, okay, why are you crying? Ramsey, hurry up. And the brother grabs the bag that they've been saving, grabs their money, and starts running. And these kids are actually caught in the oh my goodness, guys. From where the camera was before, I literally thought that they will not get in the harm's way. But as these huge, colossal, giant-looking titan gets closer and closer, they will be stumbled upon. These titans will rack shit, like they will walk through this town and everybody. And the camera goes on Ramsey's face, and his brother is running and he's looking at these titans, these warrior titans, and it is, oh my goodness, guys. These warrior titans looks like they have only one mission. And their mission is simple. Wanna know what it is? Destroy the Marylands. The destruction of the Marylands. Nothing more, nothing less. And these civilians or these refugees, they are running and said, run, run. Why are titans run for somewhere up? Run for somewhere high up. Go up the mountain. It's no good. Look. And they look. The titans are also coming from the direction of those, like Maryland's has been, like these titans has circled Maryland at this point. No one is going anywhere, and Aiden made sure that no one is going anywhere at this point. The titans are even up the mountain. It's over. There is nowhere left to run. No way. There is nothing left to do but die. Did the Maryland people run away without even saying anything? Those titans are so fast, at least just the children. Ramsey, we are going to be crushed. No way. You can't give up, he says to his younger brother. And he remembers when Arian was talking to him, for the sake of the island, the Eldians. No, it wasn't just that. Ah, Hallel, the money. While they are running, the other brother, uh, you know, the money fails. What was really beyond the walls? It was different from what I dreamed of. And at this point, the Titans draw closer and closer. And as they are walking in the city, nothing is stopping these Titans. They are trampling buildings, carriages, like they are trampling over the buildings. Nothing is stopping these behemoths. And the two little boys starts running. They're running for their lives. Rocks is falling like in the on the from the sky down. From the word I saw in Amin's book, it was different. When I learned and we see, oh, and these kids gets crushed by the by the rocks and the earthquake and everything, they get crushed and I'm not sure if they're dead, but Aiden continued to say, when I learned that humanity lived outside the walls, I was disappointed. And the other kid is holding his brother's arm. His brother is holding some of that money, and he's been crushed so badly, like he can't move, he's bleeding. And then looking at his brother, half of his brain has been like crushed by a rock. And at this point, the Titans tramples upon, oh my goodness, guys, to somehow disappear. I am sorry. I am sorry. And this kid is squashed. Him and his young brother has been squashed. I am so sorry. And we see the giant Titan's foot like made a huge dent where they were squashed. And the people of Maryland's, I mean, I don't think these are just refugee. The Titans are slowly making it in the Marylands because this is just refugee now. They are crying their lungs out and they're trying to get inside the house. People are running. The Titans have most of the all the Titans at this point has made it up the sea and they are storming inside Maryland's. And behind them is Aiden standing. Oh, not even these. Oh my goodness, yo. When you think that you know when you think that you've seen it all, you haven't seen anything. There is at least thousands, hundreds of thousands of these warrior titans, and behind them is Aiden watching over them while they march towards Maryland. Ever since I was born, in front of my eyes, there is always been a depressing wall, burning water, land made ice, snow plains of sand. The outside world is so much wider than what's inside these walls. Those who have seen it must be in all the worlds the most free. This is freedom. This is freedom. And this is Aiden talking. And for some reason, he says this is freedom. And in that moment, electricity sparked. And I believe young Aiden looks around him and sees, I believe that is Amin. with his bullet wounds, and he's looking at Aiden, and he calls Aiden, have your wounds healed already? Okay. In that moment, Aiden looks behind him and sees Amin, right? And there is a surge of transformation behind two of them. And Amin calls out Aiden, and the dialogue shifts to Amin on the ship. And Annie asks him, have your wounds healed already? And Amin looks at her and says, huh? Annie? Yeah, since there was time, unbelievably, being able to pass it so carefully. And Amin says, that I didn't think that could be the case. And Annie says, wanna sit? And now Annie and Amin are sitting, and Amin says, it was because I wanted to see you, Annie. And Annie looks at him, and Amin says, why? Annie says, why? And Amin says, huh? You really don't understand? Even though Hitch, Tessa, Hitch, Tess, Hitch teased me that much. And Annie says, I don't. Somewhere in my head, one day, the promise I made, okay. And sorry, Annie says, I don't. Let me rephrase it again. Let me go back. Amin says, it was because I wanted to see you, Annie. And Annie says, why? Huh? You really don't understand? Even though H teases me that much? Annie says, I don't. And I believe Amin says, somewhere in my head, one day, the promise I made with Aiden to go on a journey into the unknown world, I thought we would make that come true. And Annie replied, the unknown world? It wasn't that great a thing after all, huh? And Amin says, yeah, it was different from the world we saw in our dreams. But, and Annie stands up and tries to walk away. Amin grabs her hand and tells her, sit down. And I said this before, but I hate being called a good person after all. And at this point, Annie's looking at him. What? I have killed many people. Not only soldiers, people, childrens too. And choosing to betray everybody I grew up with on the island. Killing my comrades. I became a monster a long time ago. And Annie says, really? What are we doing? What we are doing right now, thousands, millions of people are out there being crushed. What are we doing? Yeah, I get it. Since you are a good person, you even talked to an enemy like me. The same reason you won't give up on talking to Aiden. When are you going to realize keeping company with a monster like me, too, When are you see Annie is telling Amin the same reason you won't give up on talking to Aiden. Why are you going to when are you going to realize keeping company with a monster like me too? You are just running away from conflict, aren't you? Still, that which we don't know must definitely be out there, beyond the walls. That's what I want to believe. The path which divided, the path which divided will once again to be continued. Now, this brings us to the end of chapter 131. Now, chapter 132. Chapter 132. Mm. Chapter 32, chapter 132, Wings of Freedom. But I put freedom for you guys to see. It's quite Odiha's citizens must have fled south. Oh, it's quiet. Odiha's citizens must have fled south. Fled south, sorry. The ship has already gone out. And Hanji says, I guess I will ask the Azumabitos before the Colossals cross the mountains. Yes, I will try to launch the flying boat into the sky. So, for our hometown, please save Hiruzu. And we see Rena, Jen, Kani, Amin, Oyakupon, and some of the engineers working together. Hurry! Those damn explosives are in the way. Just throw them away. Wait! Somehow we might be able to send them towards Aiden. Huh? Towards Aiden? I'm not sure. And the dialogue shifts to Falco, Gabby, and Miss Peak. Gah! He wakes up. I can't take this. Already, everyone is dead. Captain Maggot, Libro, even my family too. Miss Peak says the Colossals have already rumbled most of the Maryland's continent. Then what should I do? What should I do from now on? Falco is saying this. What should I do from now on? It's only us left. And he's crying. And we speak, got emotional, and she said, I am sorry. I don't know. And the dialogue goes to Annie looking down, and Mikasa says, Annie, check your equipment. Have you gotten used to it yet? Reina and I used to, yeah, and she responds, Reina and I used it earlier. We got used to it. And why? Now do you, why? Now do what you can. So I did say I was going to depart. You are not getting on the flying boat. And Annie replied, I'm sorry, but saving, I don't know. I'm sorry about saving. I don't know how you will manage to save humanity. Rather, the Eldians of Maryland, have been oppressed by Aiden. From the day I was born, even if the rambling stopped right now, even if the rambling stopped right now after Maryland's destruction, there won't be anything left to protect Eldia. I really feel sorry for them. They waged their hopes on us just to save our homeland. But I just can't fight anymore. But in time, I just want for there to be peace. She just wants peace. Since when? What? Never mind. Okay, I see. What? Don't you have to do anything right now? But since Amin is taking the flying boat with us, I am going to see Aiden. And Amin says, I know. So what are you going to do? Are you going to save humanity by killing Aiden? Mikasa says, I won't kill. I'm going to get the old Aiden back. I just want that. And Annie says, that's that, but where is your sacrifice? And Mikasa responds, I have it. While she walks away, I have it, but I am not wearing it now. And I believe Mikasa is referring to that scarf Eren gave him when they were kids. And Levi has woken up and he bumps into Amin, and Amin said, you should sleep a little more. Sleep more? If I sleep longer than this, you will just forget about me. I was asleep as if I had a fever. That fucking bastard back now finding out Aiden's whereabouts, right? I also have nothing to do now. Okay, now they are looking at the maps. If the world were to exterminate the island of paradise, I will assemble the ships at the military port. This is when we go back in time when Yellen is talking to Aiden on the ship. And I believe this was after they attacked the Marylands the first time. And Yellen continues to say, after raiding Libro, you will go to prison for a month and we will gather the allies here. The two titans who contacted Zeke were dealt with. There is a limit to the rumbling. Later on, with the colossus in the walls of Shingenhaina, the world will be able to revolt without any issues. Will that be the only target for the enemy? Wouldn't that attack paradise for decades? And Yellen says nations that have lost their battleships will be driven to collapse. Will be driven to collapse if all major nations collapse. That is more than enough for us. Although the aerospace lab in the South Maryland's mountains is somewhat concerning. That is probably Eden's second target. Oh, so this is when Yellen spills out the beans. It says that the aerospace lab in the South Maryland mountains is somewhat concerning. That is probably Eden's second target. And he tells everyone this. Everyone stares at her. And they say, Satureso? Misspeak says, surely, if he knew about the existence of any weapon that could take down the founding titan, he would then go to Carafi Farbase. Carafi Farbase, that's the name of it, to destroy the planes. You are so obedient. I have a favor to ask in return. Admit it. Zeke lost, but he was not wrong. The only solution to 2,000 years of Eldian problem is the anesthesia plan. You can see from the destructions of the rumbling. I admit, Aiden did not show any solution, hope, or future, only my hopelessness. This is all of the fuel from this ship. Leave it dear. I will leave the kids to you. The ship isn't very safe either, but it's safer than the plane. I don't mind, but will the kids be fine? Lock them in a room. Make sure they don't come out until the plane has taken off. You are, and Misspeak says, Misspeak is speaking to Miss Azumabito, right? To lock the kids up, which is Gabby and Falco. Misspeak says, I have to give meaning to my comrade's sacrifice. It is my duty as a warrior. Hanji, we take off in 1 hour. Got it. And at this point, everyone is preparing again, gearing up. And you heard them. Check if you have got everything. Okay. And at this point, Levi is also gearing up to fight. And half of his face is still covered with Band-Aid. And everyone looks at him. And Levi says, 2 fingers are enough. Oh, wow. Levi is only, with the explosion took 3 of his fingers. Now he's using 2 fingers to fight. He says, 2 fingers are enough. It's fine. And Annie is speaking with Miss Peak and Reina. And Annie says, I am the only one feeling. I am the only one fleeing. Don't worry about it, Miss Peak says. You are never loyal to Marilyn from the beginning. You don't need to carry our burden. And Annie looks at Reina and says, Reina, I wanted to apologize to you and Bertard that day. This all happened because I forced the mission to continue. If I could do it again, you and Bertard could have returned to your families. I don't have the right to apologize. And Annie says, yes, I lost count of how many times I wanted to kill you. Oh, you sure weren't patient. No, you sure were patient. Well, Annie goes and hugs Reina, and Reina says, I am leaving Gabby and Falco to you, okay? And everybody, and Annie walks away, saying goodbye to Mikasa, Levi, Hanji, Amin, Connie, and Jen. And Annie locks eye with Amin. Amin, are you okay? Mikasa asked. And he said, what? He was depending on her a lot. But Annie has fought before. It's fine. Annie is fine as is. And Hanji says, are you sure you want to stay with us? Even if we stop the rumbling, there is no certainty for Eldir's future. And the dialogue goes to Miss Peak and Reina. As much as I hate to admit it, as you said, General Maggot gave us one final command: work together. This is Miss Peak telling Reina, General Maggot gave us one command, or a final command: work together. And the dialogue goes to Hanji, and Hanji says, Peak, next time I want to ride your Kurt Titan, and next time I want to ride your Kurt Titan and feel the temp and feel the temp. And Miss Peak says, no, it makes me feel crappy. No, it makes me feel crappy. Yeah, crappy. And the dialogue goes to Levi, and Levi said, you are still a Titan romantic 4 eyes. Levi says to Hanji, you are still a Titan romantic 4 eyes. We will be friends soon, Hanji says. And Hanji says, hey, Levi, everyone's watching. Can we face our dead comrades with pride? And Levi answers, don't say shit like that. And pour the fuel in. Got it. We made it before the rumbling. And oh, in that moment, Oyakupon looks behind them and sees Floch. Floch has been following them this whole time, and Floch is pointing a gun at him and shoots the plane, shooting everyone, and everyone is running. Things are exploding at this point, and Mikasa, oh my god, Mikasa launches towards Floch and shoots him, I believe. Shoots him around his neck. And everyone is now looking, and Floch falls on the ground. Blood coming everywhere. He's bleeding around his neck. It looks messy, pretty messy right now. Floch, Hanji says, and Hanji and Jen goes to Floch and tries to stop the bleeding. And Hanji said to think he latched onto the ship to hear. Hanji, there are holes in the fuel tank. Oyakupon says that there are holes in the fuel tank, and everyone looks to the fuel tank. Man, they are surprised. Oyakupon says, we can't fly like this. And one of the engineers says, not yet. We have to block them. Prepare to seal. Anyone who can move, watch the engine. How long? Hanji asks the engineer. And one of the engineers says, if we seal with steel, we can do it in 1 hour. And the engineer grabs his wrench and is about to work. This noise. And then they hear a noise. And everyone said, this noise. Their eyes lit up. And Amin runs off. No, not Amin. Renard runs out to see what is going on. And Levi said, shh. Miss Pig says, no way. It's here. Renard says, the rumbling is here. And Hanji says, please, please, don't go. Check the engines. Hurry. Pour in fuel whenever possible. And at this point, Jin is looking at Floch. The island will be massacred. Our devil, he try again. And Gabby and Falco comes out of their room and they say, why? Open the door. Okay, so they're trying to come out. Why? Open the door. The Titans are coming. And Annie blocks the door and says, shut up. And Miss Azumabito is just pouring charcoal in the harness to, and everyone comes out of the ship looking at thousands and thousands of titans, of colossal titans that are stronger, I'm sure, taller, bigger than the colossal titan itself. And at this point everyone is looking. Amin, we are out of options. Now I have to buy time with. You can't, Rena says. You are the key to stopping Aiden. I will buy time. And Hanji says, stop. You can't afford to use your Titan powers more. And Amin says, Hanji says, I brought everyone here. I killed countless comrades to be here. I will take that burden. Requirement for the commander of the scouts is to never give up. There is no one better than you. I will leave everyone to you. And Hanji continues to say, well, bye everyone. Oh, also Levi is your subordinate now. So manhandle him as you will. And Hanji leaves. Everyone is in shock. Hanji leaves, and Levi says, four eyes. While Hanji is about to leave, Levi blocks him, kind of like meets up with her, and says, four eyes. And while Hanji is walking away from Levi, like she's passing him, and she says, "You know it, Levi. My time has come. I want to go out with a bang, so please let me go." And Levi grabs Hanji and says, "Dedicate your heart." And Hanji says, "Huh? That's the first time I heard you say that. Hanji." And in that moment, Hanji dashes towards the colossal titans. In that moment, Hanji dashes towards the colossal titans with with her thunder spear, and this is not gonna be good. And she says, "Titans really are wonderful." And the dialogue goes to the engineers fixing the plane, and the dialogue comes back to Hanji launching the first thunder spear to the first titan, and she makes a target, or she hits the titan. And at this point, everyone is watching. Amin, Mikasa, Connie, Jin, Levi, and Reyna. They are looking on what is going, and they are not too far. I don't know why Hanji is going to stop. Like, there is countless colossal titans. What is she going to do? First of all, she doesn't have enough manpower or enough weapon to stop these guys, unless if she is trying to get to Eren Yeager. I don't know why she's doing this, but she's able to bring the first humongous colossal titan down, and everyone's eyes lit up. Hanjik blocked at the fuel, and Hanji continues to attack colossal titans, and the colossal titans are getting closer to the plane. It's all the way there now. That's all of the fuel. Start the engine. Move the plane. And Hanji continues to attack the titans. Hot. Not yet. And Hanji says, and she slices another colossal titan. She is furious right now. And then the plane is moving. The plane was able to get out of harm's way before the colossal titans crushed it. And everyone calls Hanji. This is painful, man. This is painful because in that moment, Hanji, I can't really see what is happening to her at this point, but it seems like she's been got. Everyone is in pain. Everyone, not really in pain, but they are crying. You know, it is emotional. Oyakupon says, "Take off." Miss Peak says, "Hold on." Or someone says, "Hold on," and it's Levi. And Levi says, "See ya, Haji. Watch over us." And the plane takes off. So the ship and the plane got out of harm's way before the colossal army titans could get to it. And now we see Hanji. Hanji is now lying on the ground, and she says, "The plane, it took off." Huh? Hanji, you have done your duty. I think she imagines, I think she's seen her comrades, the spirit of her comrades, Commander Ewan and the others. And Hanji is just sitting on the ground looking on. And she says, Ewan, everyone, I see. Seriously, it was so hard being commander that that idiot Aiden, it must have been very difficult. I will listen to your story. Oh, so what's going on now? I guess Hanji is dead? Whew. That's a good question, Dr. Lim. Do I think that Aiden has gone too far? Well, here's the thing. What I will say at this point is this. I feel for the refugees and for the innocent that are going to die because of Aiden's decision. Okay? But in general, what Aiden has done is nothing compared to what the Marylands has done to on the Pirates Island soil. Let's not forget the Marylands massacred the Paradise Island people for 4 seasons. Let me say 4 seasons. Because on the fourth season, that was when the Paradise Island people decided to take charge and take control. For 3 to 4 seasons, I think that's fair enough. 3 to 4 seasons, the Marylands has decimated, has stopped generations upon generations of reproductions of the Paradise Island people. So, if you ask me at this point, do I think Aiden has gone too far? I will say that I feel for the people, for the Paradise Island people that are dying just trying to stop Aiden. I feel bad for them and I feel bad for the innocents. But to compare what the Marylands has done to the Paradise Island people, this is nothing. This is nothing. Aaron haven't done much really. He haven't done much. When they attacked on season 4, when Aaron and his people attacked the Marylands on season 4, they only attacked a certain one part of the Marylands. That's nothing. The Marylands has attacked countlessly over the years, 3 to 4 seasons. So in a nutshell, um, in a way, Aiden is just doing what he has declared in his heart after seeing his mother get eaten by Dinah and the horror that he faced from a child. But the thing is, I believe that if Aiden doesn't stop, this might create a new war. This might create a new one in the future. So it seems like Hanji has reunited with with her comrades from the past. Hold on, I think. Let's go back. What's going on here? So We are now on page 10. Okay, 132. Image 5. One second, guys. I'm having a little turbulence here. I need to fix this. So, page 5 of 132. And that brings us to the end of chapter 132. Let's move on to chapter 138. Now, guys, I'm having issue getting to chapter 138. When I get to it, it turns into another website. But let me try it from another side. Chapter 138. No, sorry. We are on chapter 132, so we have to go to chapter 133. Okay. Chapter 133. Sinners. Okay, the ship, the airplane, the ship and the airplane has taken off, and everyone is inside the ship, just going over what just happened, and everyone is sad at this point, very sad. And Oyakupon says, the fuel, yes, we are only able to feel it halfway. Will it be enough to get to Port Salta? I will get us there no matter what. Oyakupon continues to say, this plane that Hanji protected is our last hope. I will reach the base at all cost. So please stop the rambling, no matter what it takes. So Oyakupon tells Amin to stop it, and Amin says, I will. I am counting on you, Oyakupon. Chapter 13, Sinners. And now, Amin says, now, shall we discuss our plan? You guys have a good picture of Aiden's Titans form, correct? Well, it's not really that detailed, but my point is that it looked like an insect with a lot of bones. If you think about it, the body would be in front of the spine. We can use Odin gear, but I doubt it will be successful. In other words, we don't know where Aiden is. Even if we don't know where he is, it's possible to destroy it. Just like how you destroyed the port without a trace. Miss Peak tells Amin, even if we don't know where he is, we have to destroy the body of his Titan. You have to destroy it just like you destroyed the port. Remember when Amin transforms on season 4 and destroys the port, even if you have to use your Colossal Titan. Exactly. That's the best option. But first, I will talk to Aiden. First, he wants to talk to Aiden. But when there is no other option, I will use it as a last resort. Ah, jeez. Things can't get any worse, man. Things just can't get any worse. And Levi says, I know there is no better way to solve this I know there is no better way to solve this, but didn't Aiden activate the rambling through Zeke? If we can kill Zeke first, will the rumbling stop? And everyone looks at Levi. And Amin says, yeah, maybe so. There is no confirmation, but Hanji suspected it. But I don't know where Zeke is. We just need to find where that dog shit is hiding the Titan. Levi says, I swear I will kill you with my power. And Jin says, hey, Captain, you know I killed many of my comrades to get this boat going. It can't be a meaningless massacre. I will do everything to stop the rambling. And Rena says, Jin, I killed Samuel and Des. Okay. Rena calls Jin, and Connie takes up the conversation and says, I killed Samuel and Des. I slaughtered my comrades while being told I am a traitor, while saying it's to save the world. Ah, Rena, you, Bertard, Annie, it must have hurt. And Rena said, it's already a sin that can't be atoned. Even if we have humanity, we can never forgive ourselves. So, at least, we can save the rest of the humanity. Sure, Rena, we can't atone, but we have to try. And Jin says, yeah, we are the same, Rena. I can't command you. I also killed to save others. Ah. And the picture goes to when Aiden was about to shake the hand of Rena. I heard the same thing from Aiden on the night of the raid. I think I understand Aiden. Maybe Aiden wants us to stop him. Mikasa asks, what do you mean? No, I just thought. I wondered too. Aiden can influence all aliens and titans. Yet, we still can use our titans without issues. Aiden could have potentially Aiden could have potentially left us alone. Yeah, he's leaving us alone like he's testing us. Why? We could stop the rambling. Even he must be hurting. No one can fathom global genocide. At least not me. This is Rena saying this. No one can fathom global genocide. At least not me. Now I don't really care what Rena says. What is he talking about? Didn't he massacre the Paradise Island people? That is the same as genocide. You know, what is he talking about now that he can't fathom This doesn't. Anyways, let's keep going. Now he might. Now he might want to pass on the founder, if he could. He would want it all to end by someone. And Mikasa says, huh? And while they are talking, a huge electricity, someone is transforming at this point. Someone transforms, and they look over. Again, this is what? Was he listening? Aiden, please listen. Stop now. No one will touch paradise. No one will touch paradise for centuries after this. You have shown enough terror and destruction. We can sign a neurality pact with this. No one has to die anymore. The island is safe. We are at fault here. We drove Erin to this end. And Jin says, Erin, please. Leave the rest to us. Please don't murder for our sake. And Connie says, yeah, Erin, I hated you when Sasha died. But you must have been grieving too. But I only thought about myself. You see what I said before? When Aiden was laughing, that wasn't a good laugh when Sasha died. But Connie condescended him for that. Like, Connie blamed him. And Mikasa said, Aiden, I want to share your burden. I am committed. I want to share your burden. I committed the same crimes as you. So please stop ignoring us. So please come back. Yeah, Aiden, Levi is talking now. Yeah, Aiden, I will only kick your ass if you don't stop now. Hey, say something. And Amin screams, Aiden. And I believe Aiden responds, I can't stop the rumbling. I can't gamble paradise future. I am going to keep moving forward. And I'm glad that the camera shifts to Rena, because this is what Aiden told Rena. I'm going to keep moving forward, just like you did. And they said, what? And Levi says, there. And they see a huge electricity. And they see a person, and they dash towards the person, and they say, Aiden. What? He's a kid. It's Aiden as a kid. He's a kid. Even so, that's Aiden. And Mikasa said, Aiden. What do you mean you can't? You don't trust us? Why did you let us use our titans? We can talk here. Tell us. We were always together. I don't want to be further apart. Aiden. I took the word's freedom to achieve my own, but I won't steal yours. You are free. Your freedom to save the world, my freedom to keep moving forward. Aiden is not budging. If either steps down, we would collide. And then they look. Aiden is standing side by side with Ymir, the founder, Titan. There is only the option. There is only the option to fight Hmm. Oh my goodness. And Amin says no. So why did you bring us here? And Aiden eyeballs is gone. Aiden eyeballs is not there anymore. To Why did you bring us here? To tell you that there is no need to talk. The only way to stop me is by ending my life. You are free to do so. So Oyakupan says, huh? What? What happened? And everybody wakes up. It seems like Aiden was able to go into trance and brings them close to him. And they had a conversation with Aiden. And now they woke up. And Rena says, I think I was right. Is it over? Seems like we can't bargain. What now? Mikasa is crying, shedding tears. Captain, where are we going now? And Azumibuto and Annie are on the ship. We arrive at Hiruzu in few days. I can't believe Mikasa is trying to stop the rambling, but I doubt Hiruzu is running fine. I guess I will be eating only fish for a while. Hiruzu's fish cuisine is a delicacy. So Annie says, I guess I will be eating fish for a while. And Hiruzu or Azubito says, Hiruzu's fish cuisine is a delicacy. Annie responds, that's good. I could eat birds right now. And Azobimato says, I helped Zeke and Aiden meet. There is probably no way to atone for this slaughter. Then if Hiruzu lives through this, will you forge ignorance about paradise? Time won't wash away our sins, but I can't just sit on my regrets. A future for Eldia, I will do everything I can to protect. And I believe she continues to say, I lived prioritizing the prosperity of the tribe and the family overall. Strange. We don't realize it until it's gone. That's more important than profit and loss, is respect for others. And Annie visualizes her father when she was a kid, and she visualizes everyone, Bertard, Renard, Gallard, you know, everyone, Miss Peak, Gallad's younger brother or older brother, and page 4 of chapter 133. I mean, and she says, but it's too late. And he says, but it's too late. And at this point, Gabby and Falco came out of the balcony of the ship. Miss Annie, I had a dream. Dream? Gallad's. Dream, Gallad's? Zeke's dream or memory. You said the female titan can mimic another titan's power by eating a part of them, right? Well, the female didn't really have anything special. We just experimented to hell But why? Yes, then maybe this could work. No way. Shut it, you kids. Move move coal if you have nothing to say. If you have nothing to do. Wait, you saw Zeke's memories? And Falco says, yeah, I became a Titan from Zeke's spinal fluids. So I inherited some of the Beast Titan's traits. And Annie says, okay, so and Falco says the memory I recall, the the best is flying above the clouds. And I can do that too. I looked like a bird, unlike Mr. Gullard's jaws. And Falco says, so we will go. And Annie says, you are going to transform here? We will all die if the ship can't hold the weight. More importantly, we can't bring back what's lost. It's too late. And Miss Azuma Bita says, Miss Lionheart or Mrs. Lionheart, I don't care if the ship sinks. I don't want to deepen my regrets. And Annie looks at her. Of all people, why would she want Falco to transform here? And so this is Fort Salta. Are they really airship? Are they sorry? Are there really airships here? We won't know until we get up that mountain. Do you really plan to flee using the airships? You Eldian scum. Watch your mouth, Marilyn. It's thanks to who it's thanks to who that you are not flattened under the rumbling. If there is no hunger, your families die from the rumbling. If you betray, we will kill you. This is the only way for all this is the only way for all of us to survive. It doesn't matter if the chances are low, we are surviving this. Don't worry, Mr. Brum. My son is strong. So these are some of the people, some of the Marylands that flee. Don't worry, Mr. Brum. My son is strong. She's with Court and Reynard in paradise. Ah, our child is on the Devil's Island. She won't make it. We could have been together in our last moment if it wasn't for the warrior program. Reynard, Mr. Finger just threw away that armband. This is what my daughter earned after sacrificing everything for me. Yeah. Hey, look! And we see countless of airships coming from this Odia Salter Island or wherever they're going. And this guy says, no, the airships are leaving. Damn it. Hurry. Hurry. There will be spare ships. I know. We are done for. Hey, that smoke. So while they are leaving, they see a huge smoke. It's the rumbling. It's caught up in the end. So they couldn't leave. Even the Marylands or the Eldia that wanted to escape out of the Maryland, they couldn't. And he says, "It's here. Can't you speed up?" Those airships, it's heading towards the Titans. What are you saying? We might be saved. It's a bomb. It's a bombing fleet. They are going to blast the Titans to smithereens from above. As the end approaches, the total war begins. Oh, okay. So Maryland's have their own. They have a plan. So they are now using airship, and below the airship, we see a huge body, a cloak, not even a full Titan, not even a full Titan, a huge cloak, bones of the founding Titan Ymir, and surrounding her is all these thousands of colossal Titans surrounding her at this point. And that leads us to page 134. Phew, man, let's keep going. Let's keep going, yo. I'm not stopping until I think Dr. Lim says till 138, right? And the name of the chapter is In the Depth of Despair. Let's update this. Let me just say despair. In the Depth of Despair. And the dialogue goes to Historia giving birth, and she is in pain. Historia kind of looks like Aiden in some way. Even Gabby kind of looks like Aiden, but Historia has a different eye color. But Gabby looks like Aiden. Gabby actually looks like she could be Aiden's sister for some reason. Anyways, and at this point, the Marylands, thousands of people, probably millions of people, and I believe at this point, the Colossal Titans, Aiden and his army, are approaching the capital of Maryland. They're slowly coming deeper in Maryland soil. And everyone is hollering, yelling, running in terror, in despair. And it is the name of this chapter, Despair. Tetumo, 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 Tetumo. And people are praying. Some people decided not to run, and they decided to kneel down and pray. And as they are praying, the others that are running, these colossal titans are coming, just squashing everything. Everything. People are dying at ooh. People are getting squashed. And look at this, man. Thousands of colossal titan marching, and below them something that looks like incense. But those incense are actually human beings that are being squashed. Oh, and they are being chased off the cliff. Okay, guys. Your question, Dr. Lam, I believe at this point, I think Aiden, now Aiden is going too far. Because the Paradise Island people are now pressed. In order for them to get out of harm's way, they're gonna have to fall off the cliff. People are falling off the cliff. People are getting squished. People are getting squashed. They have nowhere to run. Mothers, fathers, children are falling off the cliff, jumping in, going in, falling off the cliff and inside the water. And babies are being thrown in the air, and the cry of the baby, and someone raised the baby up in the air, and the baby is crying, crying and crying and crying. No way, all the ships are gone. So the Marylands, or the Marylands that got to the this place, and they said all the ships are gone. All of them left to attack. They will be responsible for the fate of humanity. This is a message to the Air Force and soldiers in the fort. This is humanity's last fort. The responsibility of the soldiers are enormous. But no matter the outcome, at the end, they are not just the soldiers. They are us, adults' responsibility. We used hate, raised hate, believed hate to be our savior. We left all the problems we created on the island of devils. And as a result, that devil was born to return the hate we gave it. Now, is Aiden's action justified? To some degree, but I believe it doesn't really matter what Aiden does. I believe right at this point, at this particular point, it does not matter what Aiden does. Because if the Marylands, have not changed their ways, if they are still calling the Paradise Island people devils, even if Aiden doesn't go ahead with this plan, they will eventually come back to Paradise Island people to destroy them. And if Aiden decides to have mercy and leave, they're gonna, for the fact that they have not repented and they are not willing to change, some of them, maybe with the terror now, maybe with them facing the despair that they created, some of them are now repenting. Some of them are now seeing the wrong deeds that they have done, that it was their actions that brought this chaos. If I were given another chance, I swear to not make the same mistakes. If humanity still exists tomorrow, if the humanity still exists tomorrow, Kerosene, sister, I used him as a tool of revenge. I never did anything for him as a mother. I believe this is one of same with me. I hope you will swear to do the same. I hope to the end. I hope to end this era of hate. These ships our information, we will immediately start the attack and start an era of peace and part ways with our monsters. So someone is speaking on the microphone very loud, kind of apologizing for their wrongdoing. And I'm sure that voice is getting that whatever he's saying, Aiden can hear it wherever he is. And in that moment, the Maryland's airship closes in on Aiden and his Titan. And the next thing is, what? The attack Titan is moving? Drop the bombs! After their apology, Aiden continues to move and they said, what? The attack Titan is moving. Drop the bombs. But our altitude is too high. The enemy won't wait for us. And they start dropping drums of probably gasoline that will explode. Drop them now. And they start dropping all these gallons, all these barrels of explosives. And they are hitting the colossal titans and exploding. The colossal titans are getting hit by them and it's causing damage. And you see Aiden and you see Aiden's Titan. It's not doing much damage to him really. And the Marylands say our accuracy is low. Keep going. It's now or never. And then in that moment, I believe this is the Beach Titan. The Beach Titan. Hold on, let's move forward. Let's move forward. Who is this? The Beach Titan arrives. The Beach Titan arrives and Zeke does what he does best, grabs a bunch of rocks, and you guys know he's good with his pitching. His pitching skills is very acute, and launches it at the headquarters of the Marylands, and all those airships are now damaged, are now getting exploded because they have explosive in them. So any friction, it's going to detonate. And those airships detonates and it is mayhem up there. And the other Marylands that are on the other side watching over this, they are shocked. They are speechless. Zeke is attacking now. The Beach Titan has arrived and he has taken all these airships down. Whew. And we've been wondering, where in the blue moon has Zeke been all this time? And these Marylands are shocked. And I'm sure most of them farted on themselves or shit on themselves or pee on themselves. And they say, our ships are all gone. And we see the Beast Titan. I am sorry. These innocent children. Mom, the Titans are coming. I am scared. I am sure Annie and Rena are alive on Paradise Island. They won't die before their parents. Yeah, I am sure they are alive. So this is Rena's mother, his parents. That's enough for me. And Aiden continues to lead his Titans to oh man, a plane. And this is the plane where and in that plane We see guys, I mean Jen, Jen, Oyakupon, Mekasa, Rena. Shit, the engine is almost dead. We should jump out. Oyakupon, hurry! Not yet, we must get right above the founding titan. Then I will try to crash land this. So make sure you get off near the founding titan, okay? Oyakupon, watch out, huh? Hold on! And he dives or he shifts towards the fountain titan where Eren is. And Levi says, there he is. And that fucking monkey. Levi has a bone. Levi has a bone to pick with Zeke, man. Their bigotry is very deep. Because it was Zeke that killed Commander Ewan and he did all that destructions. We finally found him. Our target is the Beast Titan. We will do everything we can to stop the rumbling. Now, go! Hajime, Ike, and everyone dives off the plane. Everyone, screams, Eren! And we see Zeke. Zeke sees them coming. And Zeke chunks. Zeke does what he does best. Chunks his small rocks. And he didn't hit anyone at this point in time. Shit! Rena bites his thumb. He transforms in the air. And his parents looks over and their eyes lit up. And Rena lands in front of the Beast Titan. And the others were able to use their swinging gadgets to hook onto Eren's bone structures to land. And the Card Titan transforms as well. And Rena and the Beast Titan are fighting. The Maryland's people are now saying the Armor Titan and the Cur Titan too. Those are Udim Gears, Norway, Paradise Island. They now witness their people with the Paradise Island people, the people they call the devils, the people they've been bullying this whole for years, joining forces together and working together. And they said they came to stop the rambling. And Rena's mother starts shedding tears. Rena! Eren, I will ask you one last time. What part of you is free? After we rip you out from there, fight until the bitter end. Now we go to chapter 135. Chapter 135, the dialogue takes us back in time. We see Ymir attending to the pigs, and the name of it is Battle of Heaven and Earth. Whoo! What a name! What a name! I'm just gonna say Heaven, Earth. The Battle of Heaven and Earth. And the dialogue gets back to the regular time. The Kerr Titan is hanging on one of Aiden's structural bone, and Reyna is fighting the Beast Titan in there, and we see Ymir looking down on Reyna and the Beast Titan, and Levi says, "No wonder there was no response at all. It's just an empty shell." So the Beast Titan is only an empty shell. And Amin says, "As I thought, Zeke hid his real body just like the Warhammer Titan did. So, you mean we have to find a human body 1 ounce? I am long, a human body 1 meter long and 20 centimeters wide from these heaps of bones." There is tons of bones in there. And Jin says, "There is no way we are left with no other alternatives. Amin, I know. I will blow this place up in a minute. Join the car Titan and get out of here." And Mikasa says, "Amin." And Amin says, "Eren is expecting this attack. It won't kill him. But if we blow apart these bones, maybe we could find out where Eren and Zeke's location is. If anything ever happens, don't mind us and blow it up with full power at once." This is Jin telling him, if anything ever happens, don't mind us and blow it up with full power at once. And in that moment, Amin goes in his trance and imagines Commander Ewan in his head, someone who can't throw anything away. We will never be able to change anything. And Amin says, "I know, we can't change anything without a sacrifice." And in that moment, a Titan is coming after Amin. Then I have to throw away my sweet hopes. I should, Aiden. And there is a huge jaw Titan approaching Amin from behind. And everyone is hightailing out of there. Levi, Mikasa, Jin, even the Amor Titan Rena and Connie, they are leaving. And Mikasa looks down and sees what is about to happen. And she says, "Amin!" Huh? Amin is about to be swallowed. Amin is about to be swallowed by this Titan. And Spirit and Ymir is looking down watching this. And Mikasa says, "No way." And they are looking down and they see all these colossal Titans are now on Eren's back. And Jin says, "What?" Mikasa says, "Amin." And the dialogue shifts to the plane that they were in. Oyakupon crashed. He landed on the ground, but it wasn't that terrible. And he's bleeding, and the Marylanders that saw him went inside and pulled him out. He's not moving, but he's still breathing. It seems like he severely hurt his head. Is he also from Paradise Island? "Hey, can you hear me? Do you know Annie Leonhardt?" She is my daughter. Reynard, please don't die. And Reynard's parents, his mother is praying, Reynard, please don't die. The attack Titan and the soldiers from Paradise Island are fighting each other. But the enemies heading towards us without slowing down. The Maryland's, the final headquarters are saying this, like their final defense right now. Soldiers fire cannons at the enemy and do nothing. Yes, sir. And one soldier says, but most of the soldiers are assigned to airship unit. The rest of the soldiers can only use about 3 cannons. Do you think that should be any reason for us to do nothing and just keep watching here? Those people who are fighting desperately on the back of the enormous enemy, do you know their reason for fighting? I really want to know what is going on with Amin right now, if he's okay. And different new titans has spawned out. Like, these are different titans now. These doesn't look like Colossal Titan in any way, shape, or form. And they are gunning after Reina, Kani, and Mikasa. It's coming, Reina! And they went after the... Oh my goodness. 3 titans went after Reina. They are on Reina at this point, and Reina and Jin flee. Of course, he can't stand by. Reina is left alone. Mikasa decides to swing, and Connie decides to follow Mikasa's lead, and they use their Thunder Spear to attack the Titans that are attacking Reina, and they were able to demobilize those Titans. What are they? They are not mindless Titans. They are assessing the situation and strike forms. Okay, Levi says if he had hurt himself, he would have shifted into his Titan's form. In other words, he has been captured without any injury. Okay. However, he would be surrounded by countless Titans. We have been taken away to Aiden's butt. We have been taken away to Aiden's butt. But even if I was in perfect shape, I would still not choose to make a charge, dear. So calm down. Wait till I distract them, Mikasa says. So calm down. Mikasa, don't rush. Wait till I distract them. And Miss Peak says, that's impossible, Captain. I know what those enemies are. The 9 Titans of time past. The 9 Titans of time past. These are all the 9 Titans. The Titans that has been forgotten long ago. One of them looks like the if you guys have ever seen Fantastic Four or whatever, one of the other guy that has rock, like he has rock ability, like he has rock form. Anyways, let's continue. I don't know if any of them possesses his consciousness of the past shifters. I guess he can revive them inexorably with the power of the founding Titan. Now Eren, with the power of Ymir, he can do so much. He is a god, the god of the Titans right now. And Amin says, so sorry, Connie says, an army of Titans created from, sorry, an army of Titans created for the sole purpose of fighting. Something like that is impossible to defeat. And Mystique says, yes, so that's why I can't let you do anything careless. Because these Titans are under one rule to protect Aiden, actually two rules, to protect Aiden by any means necessary, and to continue to forge ahead to the Merlins, towards the Merlins. Because Aiden is not my friend. Mystique says, yes, so that's why I can't let you do anything careless, because Aiden is not my friend. And Connie looks behind and said, huh? Are you Peak? Huh? That bastard. And Miss Peak, where is she going now? She's going after the head. She's going after Aiden. She's going after the head of Aiden's body, like the head of Aiden's Titan. No matter how you look at it, this is the core of the issue. The nap of the attack Titan. That was my aim from the start. So Mystique is going after Aiden's head right now. And what happens next? I believe she attacks it. And she says, wait, perish, nightmare. Ooh. She goes after Aiden's head. Before she could get to it, a huge Titan, oh my goodness, guys. At this point, Aiden doesn't even have to do anything. A huge Titan, taller, probably the same height as Aiden Warrior's Colossal Titan. A huge Titan with a fork stabs Mystique's Titan, stabs the Curd Titan, and that pierces the Curd Titan, and with that commotion, oh, the Warhammer Titan attacked Mystique. The Warhammer Titan strikes Mystique, or the Curd Titan, and with that commotion, the detonator that she has fell off her hand, and the Warhammer Titan drags the Curd Titan up by that hook. Man. And Reyna says peek, and behind Reyna, the Jaw Titan is closing in on him. Reyna is unaware about this. The Jaws Titan is closing in on Reyna, and Reyna is able to notice it on time and throws punches at it. But the Jaw Titan evaded his punch and was able to strike Reyna. And Reyna says, Galad? And the Jaws Titan continues to attack Reyna countlessly and ferociously. This way, Reyna, Jin says. And while Jin is trying to save Reyna, Behind them, another jaw titan is closing in on him. Stop its movements. And Levi, before the other jaw titans could get to Jin, Levi was able to step in and save Jin. Levi steps in and saves Jin, and Jin looks down and says, "Captain." And Levi says, "Hurry up. We've got to get Amin back." And at this point, the back of the founding titan, Aiden's body, is filled with titans, right? Different types of titan. There is no other way out. Otherwise, everyone will die here. And Connie says, "Let's go, Rena." And Rena looks over and sees Peak. And he says, "Please hold on." Different types of titans. And Levi says, "Hurry up." And Rena says, "I was too naive. My head is he trying to suffocate me to death? Is Aiden going to kill me?" I'm not sure who is saying this, but it looks like Rena, but it's not Rena. Or it could be Amin. It could be Amin, but I'm not sure. Let's keep reading because we see a face, right? "I was too naive. My head is he trying to suffocate me to death? Is Erin going to kill me? No, it's her, the founding Ymir." There is so many types of titans, man. Another titan that looks like a squirrel or a bear comes out. If Erin keeps moving forward as he says, he would have to face the will of Ymir. And Levi, Mikasa, they are fighting these titans off. If that's the case, the founder Ymir is also wishing for humanity's annihilation. If that is the case, the founder Ymir is also wishing for humanity's annihilation. And Levi is surrounded with all these different types of titan. The founder Ymir is invincible. We cannot do anything. Is it over? Like this? Here? And in that moment, someone is looking down on Amin's body. And Amin looks, and he looks at this person. This person's face, this guy's face is crying. I'm not sure who this is, but let's keep going. The fight continues to go on. And in that moment, Rena looks behind him and sees the colossal titan. And he says, "Beltod?" And the colossal titan grabs Rena, the armored titan, and about to eat Rena. This is mayhem, man. This is mayhem. About to eat Rena, and the Marylands, Rena's mother is looking, and her eyes lit up. And Jin says, "Rena!" And the colossal titans bites down on Rena's body. And okay, let's see what happened here. Okay, thank goodness, guys. Thank goodness. Before the colossal titan could eat Rena, Levi was able to get in. Levi attacks the colossal titan. And I'm not sure if he saved Rena or not, but we see Levi. No, we see Levi and we see Mikasa's face looking in, and then we see Rena's mother at this point. She falls on her knees. She feels defeated that her boy has been got, and we see a huge shape of Aiden's Titan body. It is huge. And while that is going on, Jin is about to be attacked by another Titan, but Mikasa was able to get there on time and fights the Titan off. And Mikasa says, "Wake up, Connie, Captain." At this point, Levi is bleeding a little bit. He's bleeding from his mouth. And Connie is hanging. Jin is holding him. And sorry, my 3DM gear has been damaged. And we see there's a Titan closing in to grab. Oh my goodness. And Jin says, "Mine too. The right handle, I can't get rid of it." And before this Titan can get close enough to eat Connie, Mikasa steps in and fights this Titan off, slashes it, and says, "Jin, let's go. I can transform into a Titan once more." Oh, okay. Okay. Levi saved Rena, and Jin is holding Rena right now. And the Titan is about to eat Rena, and Mikasa stopped the Titan that is trying to eat Rena and Jin. And Rena says, "Jin, let go. I can transform into a Titan once more." And Jin says, "So, are you going to be trampled down with your armored Titan by the rumbling? Your useless Titan always ends up in a bad shape, even though it's the armored Titan," which is true. Rena always gets his ass whooped each time he faces his fellow Titans, even though he's called the armored Titan. Do you think we still have a chance to win? And Rena asks Jin, "Do you think that we still have a chance to win?" And Jin says, "No, but at least we will fight to the bitter end. We are all crazy. That's why we joined the Survey Corps, and made our lives miserable. Jin." And we get a shot. Mikasa is fighting as hell. There are so many Titans, even Titans that looks like aliens. And Mikasa says, "Connie." And Connie looks like he's about to pass out. And a Titan closes in on Levi and attacks Levi. Oh my goodness. This Titan attacks Levi. And what's going on? And Mikasa was able to, okay, this Titan bites Levi. And Mikasa gets there in time and cuts the Titan and attacks it, demobilizing it. And Connie says, "Captain!" And Connie dashes, throws himself and catches Levi. And Levi's leg is bleeding, but the Titan didn't bite his leg off, which he is very, very lucky. Levi is very lucky at this point. They are cutting this pretty close. The fight is very, very furious right now. And there is so many Titans being spawned out. And Jin looks down, looks at Rena. Connie looks at Rena. Levi has passed out at this point, and Mikasa said, "Come on, I am strong. So no matter what, Mikasa, you are acting a little crazy." And in that moment, another Titan is spawned. And Mikasa looks behind her and she says, "Huh? Got you." And oh my goodness, in the nick of time, Falco's Titan appears because he said that his Titan has the ability of flight, and he used his wings to catch Jen, Reina, Connie, almost everyone at this point. And he flies away. Falco's Titan is the Ego Titan. And the beginning of season 4, there was a part when the Marylands were contemplating if they need to create, or in order for them to solidify their position against their enemy, they need a Titan with wings. They need to create a Titan with wings. So it's been depicted, or it's been told since the beginning of the season 4. So at this point, Falco carries them on his back. I didn't think that this Titan could fly, but here we are. And Annie, Gabby, is able to rescue Mikasa, Connie, Jin, Levi, and Rena, I believe. And Annie says, "Since it flies, I had no choice but to come." And they say, "Annie, but there is no future to look forward to. I am glad I came." My goodness. Chapter 136, Attack on Titan. What is the title? Devote Your Heart. I'm gonna call mine Devoted Heart. It's a bird. So the Marylands are looking on, and their last line of defense soldiers are looking on, and they say, "It's a bird." Chapter 136, Devote Your Hearts. And people are riding on it. "What are you doing here, Gabby? What did you expect when you left us behind like that? You know that we can fight too." And Rena screams, "Annie, the Azumabito ship sunk." And Mikasa says, "What?" "It couldn't withstand Falco's transformation." It couldn't withstand Falco's transformation. We weren't even sure that we could fly, but Kiyomi was okay with it all and let us go. That's why we need to stop the rumbling. We need to repay her kindness. At this point, Gabby wants to go back and fight Aiden at this point. And they say, Gabby, Falco, do you remember your promise to me? And at this point, Falco can retain, he now has conscious of his Titan ability. And he says, of course I do, Mr. Brim. And they take us to when Irena and Falco were talking back in time. You are going to save Gabby from the dark future we face. And then we come back in the time, and Falco says, I will. So how's Amin? No? How's Amin? No. How's Pick? What's her status? Amin's been captured by the Titans. His life is in danger. The Titan that took Amin should be by the tailbone. And Mikasa says, Annie, help us. Your childhood friends just love getting kidnapped, don't they? Of course, I will get him back. And what about Pick? She's by the skull. We tried to blow the nap up, but the Warhammer Titan is stopping us. Blew it up? We have wrapped explosives around the nap, but we couldn't hit the trigger. And Levi wakes up and he said, both, we are doing both. One group will rescue Amin. We can use the Colossal Titan's explosion. The other will go after Aiden and attack the nap. At the same time, we will split into 2 teams and do it simultaneously. Mikasa looks at Levi and says, Captain, we are not in a place where we can be considered, where we can be concerned about Aiden any longer. No, we never were to begin with. But what? And you see, Levi is now saying that they are going to fight Aiden as if they want to kill him at this point. And Mikasa says, but, and Connie says, but what? We would have died back there if not for this flying miracle we are on right now. And Jin say, yeah, without having done a thing. And Mikasa looks at Jin and says, Jin, like she really doesn't want to kill Aiden, but it seems like Aiden is leaving her no choice. Aiden keep pushing the buttons each and every time. And Levi says, there was a whole lot I wanted to tell that idiot, but damn it, I am the same. I don't want to give up on Aiden, but it's my fault that the captain can't even fight now. What's more, we are up against the founding titan here. Do you really think we would be able to go easy on it? And we see, they show us a scene where so many titans are literally standing on top of Aiden's back, guarding him. Jin says, Mikasa, we need to kill Aiden. And Mikasa's eyes lit up. And Jin grabs Mikasa. No, Annie grabs Mikasa and said, Mikasa, you just focus on saving Amin. You don't need to think about anything else, okay? and they are ready now to go for the next attack. When Eren's head went flying, what? I shoot Eren. Sorry, I shot. Okay, Annie asked when Eren, or I believe, or Gabby is saying, when Eren's head went flying, what? I shot Eren's head off with an anti-Titan rifle right before he managed to touch Mr. Zeke. And Gabby continues to say, when I did, something jumped out of Eren's spine. I looked like a shining, it looked like a shining centipede or something. And it connected to Eren's head. And we get a scene of that when it happened. What? Gross. That's the founding Titan. No, if that's the true nature of the power of the Titans, we might see it again if we decapitate him. And the soldiers of the Marylands are looking up. They see this huge eagle with wings. They don't know if to attack it or if to let it be. Hey! And hold on. Yeah. Wow, they are heading back towards the attack Titan. We won't give up either. Even if just a cannon or two, it's still better than nothing. And the Maryland's soldiers starts to load up, and they look behind them. They see the refugees, and they're like, wait, they used to have an armband on their left arm. You are Eld, and they pointed the guns at the refugees, and they say, and the Maryland soldier says, you are Eldians, aren't you? And the one that looks like the leader of the refugees, they pointed their guns at the refugees, and the refugee points their gun towards them. And the one that looks like the leader of the refugees says, hey, hold on. We are just here to ask you to help our wounded. And the Maryland soldier says, we are in no situation to do that. What are you really here for? Mr. Lionheart, now do you understand? Maryland soldiers aren't going to help us. Looks like we outnumbered them. We have more experience in battle too. You have sent us to the front line time and time again for the sake of you, Marylands, after all. Put down your guns, Eldians. Damn it, stop. I said put down your guns. What? Driver? Since when did you... Secretary Miller. And while they are talking, we see boom, boom, boom. Huh? What is that? They are still at each other's throats. Okay. Falco, watch out for projectiles. Watch out for projectiles. Here they come. Okay. Aiden is able to summon a different type of titan, or all the titans, and they have bows and arrows, and they are using it to surround and to protect him. And Falco says, now, speed up. Hold on. And these titans with their bows and arrows, you can imagine how tall these titans are and imagine the impact of their arrows. They are shooting non-stop at Falco, and Falco speeds up, evading their shots. Let's go. You go help Amin. We will come back later with Falco to back you up. And they are back again on Aiden's body. And Mikasa says, Jin, Renard, please, don't die on us. And Jin says, yeah, same to you. And I will get the attention of the Warhammer Titan. And Rena lands and punches one of the Titans, getting the intention of the Warhammer Titan. And the Warhammer Titan is coming at him. Now, Jin. And Jin dives. Just hold on. Just wait until I detonate the... And he sees something and he says, huh? Huh? More help. Yeah, makes sense. And we see the Warhammer Titan still holding the Current Titan with her fork. With that huge fork of hers. And at this point, Miss Pig decides to get out of the Current Titan, running on the fork towards the Warhammer Titan. And knowing how to vertically maneuver must be nice. And at this point, because of that distraction, the Current Titan decides to maneuver. Bespeak decides to transform again, and bites the Warhammer's nap. The Current Titan attacks the Warhammer nap, and I believe takes her down. And the Current Titan is fighting. Jin is fighting. He says, damn it, I can't get close. And the Current Titan decides to attack the Titans that she can get her hands to, biting their nap off. And Jin says, huh? No, Pig, get away. And in that moment, at least 7 Titans or so attacks the Current Titan, bites her arm off, and Jin says, what? And I believe Miss Peak jumps out of her Current Titan body in the nick of time. She's in the air now, and she says, Jin, if you think I am a Titan that's only good for odd jobs and not fighting, you are dead wrong. She transforms again. Miss Peak is making the believer out of me right now. She transforms again, bites the neck of the nap of another Titan, And while she's doing that, another Titan goes after her to attack her, and the Titan attacks the Kurt Titan, but Miss Peak jumps out of that body. She jumps out of her Kurt Titan's body once again, and with the Kurt Titan's endurance, so long as they don't take me out, I can fight until I win. Miss Peak, she is looking beautiful right now. She transforms again, bites the nap of the Titan that attacked her, even if I have to try hundreds of times. So Jin, you don't need to worry about me. Just ignore me and go blow up. And Jen decides to leave her alone because she's handling herself and goes to do other stuff. And at this point, a Titan is heading after Jen. Whoa, well, even if I won 100 times, I guess that still wouldn't mean much against a million's enemies. Against a million enemies. And Jin right now is able to swing down. He is literally on Aiden's lower belly, but he is looking up, and at least seven Titans are ready to come after him. Even Beartard being used as a puppet, unforgivable dear, that one, the pig, or whatever that Titan is, which one? See, Amin is talking with Gabby at this point. That one, the pig, or whatever that Titan is, which one? The one over there, that thing, where? Which one of the 9 Titans would it be? The cart, the beast, maybe the jaws. That doesn't help. Mikasa, you need to take this seriously. I am. Oh, only one is running away. That's an Okapi. Okapi Titan. I don't know what that is. And Mikasa says, "Go, Fako. We will corner that pig or whatever it is while it's on the tailbone. Then we will stop it. Let's get Amin back." And Connie, Mikasa, and Amin jumps off Fako's back. Now they're going to fight. And an explosion happens. Of course, that must be Amin. Sorry, that must be Annie. And Gabby says, "I can provide cover with this anti-Titan rifle." She says to Levi, He's looking for Zeke. That's all he wants. He wants to get to Zeke. Where is Zeke? Where is he? Even if I did find him, though, I would just be a burden in this state. Damn it. And we see Levi's leg. His leg is badly injured. And we see a face of Commander Ewan. I never bungled one of his orders. Not even once. And yet, for some reason, his final order is that one that I just can't. And we go back to season 3, part 2, when Levi and Commander Ewan had their last conversation. Our role may have ended there. And we go again back in time when Aiden, Mikasa, and Amin just signed up with the Survey Corp. We got those brats to the sea. If that was the extent of our role, and Levi says, "Tell me." And we go back in time again when Commander Ewan, Hanji, everyone were camping and they're talking. When you guys devoted yourselves, was that in order to trample the hearts and lives of others? No. When we dreamed of a world without titans, I am pretty sure that was an absurdly innocent and idealized world. Because if it wasn't, it wouldn't have been worth what they devoted. And Levi grabs his sword with his other arm, which he has, or his fingers. Ewan, I didn't pick you, and I have no regret about it. About entrusting the future to that kid who had the same look in his eyes as you. And as he's talking, we see Annie has joined the battlefield. She's fighting the Titans off. And we literally see a cow Titan. Can you believe this, guys? A freaking cow Titan. And we see an obese Titan. And Connie and Amin holding their own. And Annie looks down and says, "Oh no, it's going to run away towards the head." And Mikasa says, "Annie." And Annie used Mikasa's gadget, the swinging gadget, and launches Mikasa towards the cow Titan, going after, I believe he's going after Jin. And Mikasa says, "Stop right there, Okapi." Stop right there, Okapi. Yeah. And she's like, oh my goodness. Mikasa uses her out of my way, and she keeps going. She is fighting with ferocity, and she continues to attack these guys. And then she sees another armored Titan, and she said, "Armored?" And she says, "Oh no." And this Titan closes in on her to attack her. Annie launches herself, and you guys have seen Annie kick, right? You guys know Annie's ability. When she holds her fist up like this, that kick that she does so well, so swiftly, that sweep kick, boom, and kicks off this Titan's head off without hesitation, yo. Without hesitation. "Annie, you can't go off on your own. They will kill you in no time flat." And Annie looks up and sees the pig. "Oh no." And Annie is looking, and there is so many Titans, guys. There is so many Titans right now. It's heading for Beltard. And Connie says, "Huh?" And Connie and Mikasa is now on Annie's shoulders. And the camera or the dialogue goes to where Amin is. And Amin is looking at his own body, and he says, "Why?" Why won't my body move? And Amin is literally out of his body, looking at himself, and he says, please, you have to move. Everyone is going to die. And someone screams, Rena, Hicks, Jen, Connie, Mikasa, Annie, all of them. Don't you get it? They are going to die. Like Amin is speaking to himself, asking his body to get up and move. Wake up, you piece of trash. Filthy bastard. Useless idiot. I hate you. I always have. You have never done anything but betray me. The life I was given, the expectation, the responsibilities, everything, all of it. You haven't been able to give them anything in return. So, why are you dead like that? Move. I said, move. He's crying. He's in pain, like he is crying right now. And he looks at his palm. He said, Sand, think. If I really was dead, how would I be able to think with no oxygen coming to my brain? This isn't a dream. It's not a vision. It's not even the afterlife. This is the path. This is reality. In that moment, Amin looks up and there is a transformation. He's looking at a transformation. I am supposed to be in Titan's mouth right now. So why do I know what everyone's doing? Because all Eldians are connected via this path. In that case, there might be something I can do here, he says. Yeah, I think, and he looks back and he sees Zeke. Zeke playing with sand, playing on the, he is sitting down playing on the sand, and he is shocked. He says, what? And he goes to Zeke, kneels down, facing Zeke, and he says, hello, Mr. Zeke. Hello, Aiden's friend. Zeke's voice is the same voice as the one and only Dio Brando, right? I just wanted to ask that question. And Zeke says, so Ymir ate you too. So Ymir ate Zeke and as well has eaten Amin. Attack on Titan, chapter 37. Chapter 137, excuse me. And now we get a story long ago when nothing but mere matter existed in this world, as countless masses of some unknown things appeared, disappeared, then appeared again. One of them eventually survived. We now know it is life. The reason that life ultimately survived was because it was in its nature to multiply. Life took new forms in order to multiply, adapting to every kind of environment and eventually leading to us as we are now. It sort of numbers. It sort of spread. It's sort of abundance. And so, this is to say the purpose of life is to multiply. Attack on Titan, chapter 137. The name is Titan. That's the name, baby. 137 Titans. Oh, Titans with an S. Titans. This sand, these pebbles, the water, they don't seek to multiply, but life never stops in its frantic quest to do so. After all, death and extermination of the species runs counter to the goal of multiplying. That is why we face the punishment known as fear, and why that child is so desperately sought to avoid such pain. And at this point, the camera goes to Ymir, I believe during her first transformation. Something stronger, something larger. She gave birth to an undying body, and then she escaped to a world that was free of even death. And Amin says, that girl was Ymir, the founder. And this is that world free of death? In that case, what exactly is Ymir's goal? And Zeke says, I myself spent an astounding amount of time here trying to understand her. In spite of all the strength she had, she could never defy King Frizz. Why was that? Now, we go back in time when Ymir, being a slave, having so much power, but she couldn't defy the king. For 2,000 years, she remained here, obeying him. What was the reason? Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Till she, yes, she did still feel attached to the world she left behind. And we see a glimpse of when Aiden was able to hold Ymir and Zeke is trying to stop him. Aiden was able to understand that when I couldn't. And that is why Ymir went with him. So that's the reason why Ymir went with Aiden. You have to tell me, isn't there some way of getting back to the outside world from here? And Zeke says, who knows? I think it's impossible. I haven't given up anything yet, Amin says. And Zeke says, why? Amin says, well, to continue to multiply is the continuation of your speed. Okay. second. Well, Zeke says, well, to continue to multiply is the continuation of your species that important a task to you. What's happening now could be called the immeasurable sight of life forms controlling by fear. A kind of fear brought by completely pointless vital activities that my friends, they are fighting right now because we can still save so many people from terror. What we are doing is fighting fear. What could be wrong with losing that fight? Zeke asked. What could be wrong with losing that fight? You know that to live means to one day die, doesn't it? What would be wrong with losing that fight? You know that to live means to one day die, does it not? At this point, Amin's eyes lit up. Who knows? And Zeke continues to say, who knows? Perhaps one's final moment brings relief. And the camera goes to everyone that is fighting. Maybe the end of your days being manipulated, all in the name of manipulation, without ever knowing if it means anything at all. Feels like freedom. And at this point, Amin doesn't have a comeback. Amin does not have a comeback, and he looks down. He sees a leaf stuck in between a sand, and we get a picture of two kids running, a boy and a girl. And Amin picks up this leaf, looks at it. The sun was starting to set. We were running to a tree on the hill. The three of us were racing. Aiden brought up the idea and took off out of nowhere. Mikasa ran too, but stayed behind him on purpose. And of course, I was dead last. But the breeze was nice and warm that day. Just running felt good. Leaves fluttered everywhere. Leaves floated everywhere, and for some reason, I thought then maybe the reason I was born was so that the three of us could be racing deer. And Zeke looks at Amin, and we see Amin when he was a little younger. I thought the same thing when I read books at home on a rainy day. When a squirrel ate some nuts, I gave it. When we all walked around the market too, I felt it. These travel moments might actually be precious. And Zeke says that's this. It was buried in the sand. Why is that? Who knows? But to my eyes, even if there is no need for something like this in order to multiply, it's still something incredibly precious. And Zeke says, yes, you're right. And Zeke remembers pitching with Kasuva, just throwing, catching, and throwing again. That simple repetition. And Zeke now is holding the baseball that he was using or he was playing with Kasuva. It doesn't mean a thing, but you are right. I would have much rather just kept on playing catch, he says. And he looks around and he sees Mr. Kasuva, Grishiega, Galad's younger brother, and all these people comes in, and the dialogue goes out and goes to the regular time. Aiden is still moving forward, advancing to the Marylands, and Miss Peak at this point in time, Jin looks behind him and sees Miss Peak. Her hand has been cut off by one of the Titans, and Jin rushes in and grabs her. I can keep fighting once my arm's fixed. You are at your limit, Jin says. We need to retreat back to where Reynar. And we see Reynar himself is in a bad condition. His body has been pierced down and they're about to kill him. And Reynar looks up and says, Jen, Peak. And they look behind them. There's a huge Titan coming towards them. And Mikasa looks and sees Annie is being attacked by multiple Titans. And Annie manages to create a space and pushes these Titans off. What? And we see this huge colossal Titan that looks like Amin's Titan, but it's not. And Amin says, Beltard. And Miss Peak says, what? Paco. And Paco's Jaws Titan comes in and starts to eat the other Titans. Marcel, Paco, Marcel, Galad, like, I don't know, Ymir, did he just save us? Bertard, now things are starting to change for some reason. Bertard is now fighting to save them, right? Ymir, the third season Ymir, I believe, the third or the second season Ymir, the one that was hanging out with Historia, is fighting. She's here, helping Amin and her friends. Galad, the Jaw Titan, is fighting. Marcel is fighting the Titans. Did he just save us? Beltard? I don't know, but I am not wasting this opportunity. And Mikasa launches in to fight and destroys or attacks the freaking cow titan. Mikasa launches towards the cow titan, and Gabby, with the help of Levi, uses that anti-titan rifle and hits the cow titan in the eyes. And Gabby says, "I hit it." And Mikasa says, "Give Amin back," and cuts the cow-looking titan and cuts him and yanks his jaw out. And I believe Amin comes out. Oh my goodness. Amin is saved finally. And that cow lizard looking titan spills at Amin. And Mikasa looks behind her and says, "Amin." What? And Amin says Haraj or something, and uses his thunder spear and hit the other titans. And at this point, Annie is able to grab and rescue Amin right now. Amin is now in the palm of Annie, and Amin looks over to Annie and calls her name, and Annie calls his name, and Amin says, "Sorry, everyone, but we are okay now." And Connie says, "Annie, behind you." And at this point, we even see Grish Jaeger's Titan form. Grish Jaeger's Titan form comes out. And I believe attacks Annie. What's going on? The Titans are okay. Grish Jaeger's Titan, including other Titans, comes out and starts fighting the other Titans that are attacking Annie and her friends. And Annie is shocked, Connie is shocked, Mikasa is shocked. And they say, "What's going on?" The Titans are helping us. Seems that way. Hey, over here. And Gabby and Levi looks over, and their eyes lit up, and they say, "What? No way. You wanted to meet me, didn't you, Levi?" And it's Zeke. Oh my, Zeke can't say I wanted to do same. And Levi, his eye lit up, and he says, "Zeke? What the hell is going on?" It's thanks to Mr. Zeke. Zeke? And then we went back when Grish Jaeger, Mr. Cassava, Paco, Marcel, all these people that came out to speak to Zeke. He woke up everyone who was asleep. So many people have been asleep inside the curse of Ymir. He woke everyone that has been asleep, that was asleep in the world of the past, where either life nor death exists. Every Eldian is connected to one another by the path, I think. It's because the founder, Ymir, wants to be connected because she wants something from us. Even Beltod showed up, and Amin, back in that realm, in that path realm, Amin looks over to Bertolt and calls his name. And Zeke says, Mr. Cassava, our dream was never realized. I still don't think the anesthetician plan was mistaken, but if it meant getting to play catch with you again, I guess I wouldn't mind being born once more after all. So I suppose I will thank you. And Zeke looks over to his father and says, Dad. And Amin is now speaking to Bertolt. I took everything from and Bertolt. Amin is looking is looking at Bertolt, and Bertolt says, "I took everything from you, your life, your power, even." Oh, okay. Amin is saying to Bertolt, is talking to Bertolt. I took everything from you, your life, your power, even your precious memories. That's why I know we can't just stay here. And Zeke, and the camera goes to Zeke, and Amin speaks at the same time. Lend me your strength. And we come back in reality. Zeke has spawned out, but half of his body is still attached to something. And he says, what a beautiful day it is. If only I would realize that earlier. Well, after all that killing, after all the killing I have done, that's asking far too much. Oh, damn! And Levi cuts Zeke's head off. Levi cuts Zeke's head off. And all the Marylands are watching this. They saw it. Their eyes lit up. And they said, the rumbling, it stopped. So the rumbling has stopped. And Reina says, go, Jen. And Jen heads towards the head of Aiden, the founding Titan's body. And you can see the detonator is literally hanging by his neck. And Jen says, you stupid little suicidal blockhead. And he detonates that explosion. And that cuts Aiden's head off from his spine. That literally took Aiden's head off from his spine. And Jin is looking at it right now. And Jin says, there it is. It's doing it again. So even though the head has been cut off, the spine chases after the head to reattach itself. And Jin says, there it is. It's doing it again. It's going after Aiden's head. And in that moment, before that spine could get to Aiden's head, Reyna rushes towards it and grabs that spine thing. And Jin screams, Reyna! Jin, pick. We need to get away quick. I mean, it's gonna blow those bones to pieces. Wait, but Reyna, the Armored Titan should be able to withstand the Colossal Titan's explosion. And most of all, Reyna's prepared for the consequences. So while Reyna is wrestling with this tentacle, trying to reattach itself to Aiden's head, to let this opportunity get away would be to let that go to waste. And at this point, everyone is about to escape and get off Aiden's back. And thank you. Without all of you, without all of your strength, we wouldn't have been able to stop the rumbling. And in that moment, Gabby, Mikasa, I believe, Levi, there is another dude with black hair here, who's I don't know. Connie is there. Amin is there. Annie is there, but there's another guy on top of Falco's back. So Falco swings them using his Titan ability, and swings them off. And Mikasa is looking on. Oh, I misspeak. Mikasa is looking on, and the explosion happens, and they say goodbye, Aiden. Is Aiden dead, guys? Is Aiden dead? That brings us to the end of chapter 138. Sorry, 137. Let's move forward to chapter 138. And after this chapter, I'm going to call it a day, guys. This literally left me in a cliffhanger. A long dream. Chapter 138, A Long Dream. We see a baby, and the Maryland people are in shock because all those warrior titans have stopped. All those colossal warrior titans have stopped. What was that? It was a bone. Hey, are you okay? Huh? And in that moment, we see Falco land in front of Reyna's parents and the Marylands. Look, the bones are disappearing. So the founding Titan's body eating, those bones are starting to disappear. The rumbling stopped. Is Aiden dead? And at this point, Mikasa can't handle the fact that the thought of Aiden dying. And Akman, with its power, tends to get headaches often. Just a slave with no free will. I have always that can't be, always hated you. No way. The last thing I heard, always hated you. And at this point, the survivors are climbing down, and Gabby looks over and sees her people, her parents, rushes over them and hugs them. Mikasa can't believe everything that is Gabby's parents are so happy to finally see her. And Miss Peak sees her own people. Annie finally sees her mother and father. Falco transforms and reverts back to his normal form and hugs his parents. No, Annie haven't run into her dad yet. That was Falco. We have our regrets, but we stopped the rumbling for sure. Now, did you get now? No, we have stopped the rambling for sure. How did you get here? Mr. Leonhardt led all of us here. Your father? Mr. Lionheart led all of us here, your father. Go! Karina! Reina is still fighting. Yeah, I saw. And that shiny centipede, where is Reina? And Mikasa says, I'm in. And we see the Colossal Titan. And we see Reina. Reina being called the Armored Titan, he gets pretty beat up for someone whose name is Armored. The Armored Titan. He get his ass whooped all the time. And Gabby screams, Reina! He's okay. Hey, look. That it's still alive after the explosion. The tent. What the hell is that thing? I don't know, but it's too dangerous to leave it alive. And there's an explosion at this time. And Reina looks behind. And Jin says, I knew it. You weren't gonna die from that. Yeah, but what should we do? They're looking at this thing. And Aiden is back again. God. The tentacle connects back, and Aiden is back again. And this time, he is the shape he had before. He doesn't have it before. Now he can stand on his 2 feet. So tall, so humongous, tremendous looking being. Aiden. Gabby says, this is bad. Keep Aiden away from the shiny thing. We don't know what's gonna happen. And we see the colossal warriors starts to move again. The rumbling might start again. It's him. We have to kill the centipede. It survived the explosion. How can we kill it? We have to go after Aiden, Levi says. It's not over until he's dead. This nightmare. And Miss Peak is looking at her people. She can't believe that they're gonna have to go through this again. Dad, there is still some time. There is still something left to do. I will make my brother proud. Mystique tells her people that I still have something left to do. Paco is crying with his parents and he says, I will make my brother proud. And Mikasa, her head, Mikasa's head is hurting at this point. She's like, why? Why must things end this way? And the tentacle is still moving, but Reyna is looking at the tentacle, the one that he cut off. And he says, what? Did you hurt your leg? And the refugees are working with the Maryland last defense soldiers at this point, and they're trying to help the other guy out. No, it's been that way. Thank you. If you didn't bomb from the sky, we would be trying to kill each other. Can you stand? He's injured. There is a Titan coming. Help me with the cannon. We have made enough mistakes. Let's take care of this together. Yeah. And in that moment, Annie gets to her father and says, Dad. And the father turns, looks at her daughter, and says, Annie. And their eyes lit up, and Annie walks towards her father. And as she is walking towards her father, another explosion happens. Something happens, and everyone looks at the top mountain and says, That smoke, what is that? It's from that shiny thing. Is it dead? No, it doesn't smell. It doesn't smell like a dead Titan. Isn't this the same thing as Ragako village? And Levi says, Mikasa, peek, get on Fako. We are getting out of here. And Amin says, what? What are you doing? What are you talking about? Ackermans and shifters are an exception. You should know what to do. And Mystique says, no way. And Levi says, hurry. And Fako transforms. They are back at it again. Mystique doesn't want to leave her people. They drags her they dragged her up there. Gabby didn't go. Gabby is now with her parents. Jin didn't go with them. Connie didn't go. And so this is the end for us. They are leaving it to us. That's the Scout's way. Do you remember, Jen? During our graduation? Yeah. We ended up saving the world because of you. And what we see now are Titans. The camera goes, I'm not sure if you went to the Paradise Island. Zeke's Titan are running wild. And no, this is not Paradise Island people. Zeke's Titan are now here. For some reason, Zeke's Titan has made it to Maryland's. And Reyna is looking up. They see all these Titans tumbling down the hill. And Reyna says, no way. How is this even possible? And not just that, people continue to transform. People continues to transform. And they are transforming into Zeke's Titan. And I'm not sure if it has anything. I'm not sure. I think it has a lot to do with the fact Eren transformed again. It has a lot to do with the fact that Eren is back. And Oyakupon, I believe, is watching people beside him transform. People in Maryland now are now transform. Oh my goodness! People in Maryland are now transforming. Mr. Oyakupon is watching people that abandoned him, that took care of them. They are transforming, literally. And Mr. Oyakupon says, hey, are you okay? They are scratching their face, they're exploding, they are transforming. What the hell? What the hell just happened? And you see all these people transforming. And he looks over and says, Dad? And the Maryland Last Defense are people that didn't transform are now looking up, seeing their own people transform. Captain! And these Titans start heading towards the tentacles for some reason. They start tumbling down, coming down, and Reyna is looking at this and he says, this fucker. Reyna says, this fucker summoned an army. Don't you dare. You are not going past me. And Reyna is standing all by himself at this point, looking forward to stop these Titans. These are just regular Titans, but they are still deadly because we saw what they did on season 1, season 2, season 3. And at this point, we see Eren again, and he's looking at a colossal Titan. You really love this hell, huh? Eren. All right, I will follow you till the end. And in that moment, Armin, I believe Armin has transformed. It's either Armin or Beltard. Now, the Colossal Titan and Eren is fighting now. And Eren's Titan is so different. It looks bizarre. It is so different than what it used to be. There is a huge war, a huge collision. It is mayhem at this point. And it seems like Connie, Jen, Gabby, everyone is transforming into a Titan. What in the blue moon is going on? Connie has transformed. Jen has transformed. Gabby, why, Mom? Okay, pause. Pause. That wasn't Gabby, but Connie, Jen, Gabby, why? Mom. Gabby is looking at this. Pick. Annie. When will he pay for it? And Aiden is fighting the Colossal Titan. Paco zeroes in on the battlefield. Mikasa is crying, scratching her head. She can't believe this. And Levi says, Mikasa, get your shit together. We are the only ones that can kill Aiden. And Mikasa says, I can't take this anymore. And she's crying at this point. I want to go back to our home. And she remembers, she sees when her and Eren were young. She remembers her young self. Mikasa, get up. She remembers Aiden coming to her, being all nice. Mikasa, get up. You will catch a cold. And she looks up and said, Aiden, huh? When did I fall asleep? And Aiden says, you must have been really tired. And Mikasa says, feels like I just had a long dream. And Aiden says, let's just rest today. We caught a big fish. Mikasa, why are you crying? And Mikasa is shedding tears, and Aiden looks at her. Why? I am not sure if I am supposed to be here. And Aiden looks at her and says, well, we can't do anything about it. And Mikasa says, what? Since we abandoned everything and ran away like this, it's been 2 months since the war against Marley ended. They will invade paradise soon. We all die. We all die if we don't run. Amin is probably looking for us. I made Historia live through hell and couldn't make up my mind between breeding livestock and genocide. Let's just live the rest of my 4 years peacefully, just the two of us. This was what you said, Mikasa. And Mikasa is smiling. She has her scarf and she says, yeah. Sorry, I promised not to talk about this. Can you promise me one thing? When I die, throw my scarf away. And Eren says, you will live long after I'm gone. And forget about me and be here. And in that moment, an eagle flies over the house where Eren and Mikasa are, and they've hugged each other. And Eren says, please, Misaka, please, Mikasa, forget about me. Oh, and the fight is still going on. Eren punches the Colossal Titan in the face. It is now mayhem. The other soldier titans have gone to Reyna, biting him, eating him. The other titans has closed in on Miss Peak, the Cur Titan, eating her. The other soldier titans has closed in on Annie, attacking her. And Aiden uses, no, at this point, at this very moment, Mikasa brings that scarf, wraps it around her head, and says, I can't. Aiden is in the mouth. Aiden is in the mouth. I will kill him. Mikasa has decided to kill Eren at this point. Help me do it. She has decided the badass Misaka is back now. And Levi says, and we see Levi's eyes glint up. And they storm towards Eren. And Levi says, got it. Mikasa! And Eren punches the Colossal Titan in the face. And Levi dashes towards Eren, fires his thunder spear at him. And there's an explosion. Mikasa rushes towards Eren. And oh my god. Oh my god. Levi strikes Eren with thunder spear, opening his jaw. Mikasa goes inside Eren's mouth, and inside his mouth is the head of Eren connected to his whole Titan body. And Mikasa is holding her sword, and we see Eren's face looking at Misaka, dead in the eyes. And we switch back to a dimension. Eren is sitting down and Mikasa is looking at him with the scarf on her neck, wrapped around her neck. And Mikasa says, see you soon, Eren. And they kissed. Mikasa and Eren kissed, and we see a ghost of Ymir standing behind them. To the body who sought freedom, goodbye. Oh, and at that point, Misaka cut Eren's head off. Misaka, yeah, Gabi is a Titan too, right? Misaka cuts Eren's head off. Oh my goodness. And kisses Eren. And we see the ghost of Ymir looking at them. And the last letter or the last sentence, to the body who sought freedom, goodbye. Chapter 128, A Long Dream. Whoo! Now guys, Attack on Titan is done. The end of Attack on Titan. The end of Attack on Titan. Whew, God. I gotta say that it's been a privilege, guys. It's been a privilege. And I think I will stay live for another I will stay live and answer questions. You guys can let me know what you think, whether you answer now or whether you want to take your time and digest everything that just happened, or you can answer later after this stream is done. But I gotta say that it's been an honor to do this. It's been an honor, and I want to thank each and every one of you guys. Oh, the final chapter is next week. Okay, so this is not the final chapter. Okay, that works for me. Now, when the final chapter comes out, please, I urge you guys, my fans, my exclusive members, my members, please let me know that when it's out, because I would like to follow up right away on it. Okay, when it comes out next week, are you guys sure when it's gonna come out? Is anyone sure when it's going to come out? The next chapter, do you guys know when the next chapter is going to come out? The final chapter. Victor C asked, do I approve of Aiden's decisions? Well, at first I approved Erin's decision. When I didn't approve Erin's decision is when they stopped them at first. He could have stopped there, because if he was looking inward, if Eren Yeager was looking inward, he would have noticed that everyone is now working together. Both the Paradise Island people and the Marylands are now working together, because there is something that terror does to people. When people that are, maybe I don't have to go all the way, maybe I don't have to continue to cause mayhem, because I now see that the Marylands are starting to accept the Paradise Island people. But I think in Aiden's mind, and I don't blame him, I don't blame Aiden. Based on what Aiden has gone through this whole time, based on all the stuff he's gone through, he's seen with his eyes, in his head, he believes, and he said it towards the ending of season 3, part 2. He said it on the last episode. In order for us to be free, in order for the Paradise Island to be free and not look its shoulders for the Maryland's attack, for the Maryland's abuse, for the Maryland's catastrophe, for the Maryland's despair, for the Maryland's hatred, we must destroy those people over there. He said it. And none of us took him seriously when he said that. We took him serious, but not knowing how deep he meant what he said and how far he's willing to go with it. Right? He pointed over to the Marylands and said, in order for us to be free, we have to destroy them. So in his head, he meant that's the only thing that is pushing Aiden. He wants to protect his home. All he wanted is to protect his home. And any way he could do it, that's the only way he knows how to do it. So to your question, Victor C, do I approve Aiden's decision? Somewhat I approve it. But when I no longer approve of him is for the fact that when he saw that the Marylands and the Paradise Island people are now working together, he could have stopped all of this. He could have stopped. But based on what he has been through, he believes that even if he stopped, if he lets the Marylands live, that in future, in years to come, he might not be around at that time, that the Marylands will continue on where they left off. So in his head, me believing in his head, with his ideology, and putting myself in Aiden's position, I can kind of understand where he's coming from. That's my answer. I kind of understand, because even though Aiden is killed right now, even though he's been stopped, in the next chapter, in the last chapter, the final chapter, I'm not sure if he's going to survive. I really hope that Eren is going to live because I like a beautiful ending. I would like to see if him and Mikasa will form a union and marry themselves and go somewhere and live peacefully. You know what I mean? But even if they stopped eating right now, it doesn't mean that the Marylands will stop calling the Paradise Island people devils. And with that note, and on that note, I believe that I agree Erin's decision. Because we are not sure, I'm not sure if the Marylands have learned their lessons. I'm not sure if they have learned their lessons. And because I am not sure, I cannot believe Erin's decision and I cannot understand. So the next, could you look up, do you look it up? Because I don't really know either. Now, I cannot look it up right now. You guys can look it up and let me know when the next chapter is coming because I'm at the last chapter of Attack on Titan right now and it doesn't tell me anything. So Dr. Lim says the night, April night, but you're not sure. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yo. That's what I'm saying. I totally understand where Aiden is coming from. There's no way any one of us that watched Attack on Titan from the very first episode, and we all know what happened on that first episode. The very first episode up until the fourth episode. We cannot forget what the Marylands did to them. We can't just throw it away because we see the Marylands suffering for what they've done. We just can't ignore what they've done. Remember, this chaos is only one season. This chaos is only happening only on fourth season. The Marylands has been decimating the Paradise Island people for 3 seasons. So let's not throw it away. I somewhat understand where Aiden is coming from. And did he go too far? To some degree, but then again, let's look back to what he's been through for 3 seasons, 3 whole seasons. Let's not forget about that because now we see chaos in Maryland and people are dying. Yeah, but it never stopped the Marylands calling them devils. It never stopped them, right? Because the Marylands are suffering now, let's pause for a bit and look back the previous seasons, what the Marylands did to them. Okay? Mr. Smokey says, are you going to turn into a manga reader? The answer to that is hell yes. Hell yes. Even I'm actually slowly moving towards manga reading than anime reactions. I will still do anime reactions, but the main focus now will be manga reading. I enjoy this. I have like we've been at this for like how many hours now? For almost 7 hours. We've been at it for almost 7 hours. I am now a bona fide manga reader right now. The last chapter thus far in the meantime of Attack on Titan. I will keep an eye on the night to see if the final chapter is going to come out, and we're going to see what is going to happen, you know, because at this point it seems like I'm not sure if Aiden will survive this because his head has been decapitated, right? His head has been decapitated. He's been, you know, I'm not sure if he's going to survive. Questions. Bring your questions. Fire up your questions. I'm here to listen. And I'm going to stay until the 7th hour. On the seventh hour, I will end it for the day. I'm actually surprised how I'm still talking. For 7 hours straight, I've been talking and I'm still talking. And once I catch up with Jujutsu Kaisen, that's the next one to catch up to. Um, I will make a pool. Okay, I'm gonna make a pool after I catch up with Jujutsu Kaisen, and I have mangas of anime that I have already reacted to that I would like you guys to decide on which one I'm going to start reading, which manga I'm going to start reading. I'm not gonna say the names right now until I finish Jujutsu Kaisen. Once I'm finished, I will make a pool and have you guys decide on the next manga I'm going to read. And it's going to be on the animes that I have already reacted to in the past. Ah. So, 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes, and it will be the seventh hour of me being online. Oh yeah, definitely. Solar leveling. Tomorrow, I'm going to take a break tomorrow. I think tomorrow's reaction will be on Boruto. Tomorrow, I'm going to give myself a break. And on Monday, we'll be solar leveling. I'll continue solar leveling. I'll still continue the beginning after the end. But the main mission now is to finish Jujutsu Kaisen. I think I have about maybe one more or two more reads, and I will be done with Jujutsu Kaisen. Out of all the mangas that I have read so far, which is my favorite? I got to say for the fact I have finished Black Clover. I have caught up actually. Oh, and let's not forget, someone says that the next chapter on Black Clover will be tomorrow. I will look into that because if the next chapter comes in tomorrow, I will probably have to react to it or read it real quick. But I gotta say Attack on Titan because I have gone so far. You know, I gotta say Attack on Titan. And well, it's a hard decision for me to make because Attack on Titan is there. Black Clover, I have also read Black Clover, and we know that Black Clover is far from over as it stands. There is still more fight to come. So it's hard for me to say which is the favorite right now. But my my top two favorites thus far is Attack on Titan and Black Clover. Thus far. And oh, well, I think when I'm done reading when I'm caught up, then I'll probably read the Zero chapter. If you guys are saying that it's very important to read it, then I'm going to read it. And Thompson says because the Jujutsu Kaisen movie is based off Volume 1, There's a movie on Jujutsu Kaisen. Is there a movie on Jujutsu Kaisen? Oh, thank you, Victor C. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated. And Victor C, don't forget to join the membership, guys. If you're watching, don't forget to get your membership. There is exclusive content there that people don't have access to. Only the exclusive members have access to my exclusive content, exclusive photo. And as time goes on, I will be putting up more exclusive content there. So don't forget to support me, guys, and get your membership. If you're looking for the link to get your membership, look into the description of this stream. You will see the link, right? Click it, it will take you to the membership area. Or if you go to my channel page, you will see where it says join, subscribe, and stuff like that. You can click it and get your membership. So Victor C, thank you so much, but don't forget to get your membership if you have not. And if you have not subscribed to the channel, please feel free to subscribe to the channel. Yes, they released a teaser for it. They released a teaser for the movie. Okay. When the movie does come out, please let me know. And I would like to look into it. Okay. When the Jujutsu Kaisen movie comes out, please let me know. And Iwi is talking about what happened to my One Piece reactions. Um, my One Piece reactions. Speaking of One Piece, right now I'm even contemplating. Maybe I may not watch One Piece, but I'm going to read its manga. Maybe not now. I haven't decided what I'm gonna do with One Piece, but you rest assured know it's still at the back of my head. Because now that I can read mangas, and reading mangas actually speeds things up. I could cover so much in one day than making videos watching One Piece. But during the battle, during the fight scenes and the battle arcs, I may want to react to them, you know. But I haven't forgotten about One Piece yet. One of these days, I'm going to read the manga on One Piece. So the movie on Jujutsu Kaisen will be released on 2022. Okay, that's next year. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Smokey, I will read the volume 0 when I'm caught up. When I finish it, when I finish reading Jujutsu Kaisen, I'll read volume 0. Will I ever watch Heroes Rising of My Hero Academia? I actually forgot about that. To be honest, I don't know. For now, I don't know. I don't know. I believe that the more manga I finish, the more mangas I read, the more I finish them, the quicker it will be for me to look at the other stuff that I can be able to do. You know, but right now my schedules are actually packed in a way. but it's just that I'm finding way to yeah, on the next anime that I'm going to watch. Well, I'm already watching animes. So I'm not sure what animes you want me to check. I mean, I'm already watching animes. Um, tomorrow is Boruto. Um, on Thursdays, I now do Shaman, Shaman King, right? And on Saturday is My Hero Academia. So at this point in time, manga is what I'm kind of heading towards to at this time. But it doesn't mean that I will not do reactions. I will still do reactions, and we'll see how things goes. We'll see how things goes. Someone suggested before to watch the time I got reincarnated. The time I got reincarnated as a slime, and Fate Zero and stuff like that. We'll see. We'll see. Because I know that Record of Ragnarok is coming. I believe it's June 22nd. Record of Ragnarok is coming June 22nd. And I'm sure once we go into summer, there will probably be one or two animes that will be coming out. So whew, man, 7 hours and 9 minutes. 7 hours and 9 effing minutes. How many chapters did we read today? So we started from chapter 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133. Let me see. No, we read 126, not 128. 126 to 138. Almost 11 to 12 chapters or 13 chapters. Am I ever going to own manga books? Am I ever going to own manga books? Am I ever going to? Well, if God allows, yes. If God allows, yes. It is possible, it is doable. If God wishes it, it will happen. Because I believe that nothing is impossible for God, right? So, Mr. Smokey Thompson, please do not forget to get your membership, guys. Do not forget to get your membership. Don't forget to get your membership. I hope you give Spy X Family a try. It's an amazing manga. Oh, Spy X Family. I thought it's an anime. Okay. It's a manga. It's a very popular Shonen Jump manga. Okay. Trust me, when I make my pool, The mangas I'm going to suggest, you guys will understand that it's worth reading. And it's going to be on the animes that I have reacted to, that you guys have seen me react to. There's about 3 of them that I can think of the bat. And I don't want to reveal it just yet. I don't want to reveal it just yet. And guys, a favor to ask you, just a favor, just a few favor. When this video is done, please do not forget to leave comments on this video and give it your thoughts as well. Now, I know that we are here discussing all of this stuff and talking about the Attack on Titan, but please help me out here and also comment on the comment section of this video when the live stream is done, and let people know what you think about it. You know, also give your thoughts on the comments and give it some comment. And on that note, I believe I have stayed live enough, and I'm going to go rest my voice. But in everything, thank you guys for joining me. Thank you for believing in me. Thank you for your support, each and every one of you. Wherever you are, God bless you. And manga reading will continue on Monday on Solar Leveling. But if Black Clover, the next chapter, I believe we stopped at... Where did we stop on Black Clover? Chapter 287. If chapter 289 comes out, if chapter 289 comes out tomorrow, then I will have no choice but to go live and take a look at it. All right, guys. Are you going to upload your old reaction? My old reactions. Now, that is a good question. Mr. Smokey asked, am I going to upload my old reaction? The answer to that is no and yes. If you guys want to watch my old reactions, whether if it is on Bleach, Kengan Ashura, JoJo's Bizarre, Mob Psycho 100, Hajime no Ippo, Death Note, man, the list goes on. All Goblin Slayer, the list goes on and on, man. The early episodes on Black Clover, if you guys want that, what I will advise Mr. Smokey, if you want me to upload my old reactions, I would say get your membership first. And what I would do is I'm gonna create or reactivate my account on Vimeo and post my old reactions there. And whoever that gets their membership and want access to it, I will give you access to those videos to watch. So first off is to get your membership. Then I will reactivate my account on Vimeo and start posting that particular reaction that you want on Vimeo, and you and only you or the people that got their memberships will have access to it. So you guys can still watch my old reactions. And if you are on Patreon, no problem. I will link it to Patreon and give you access to it. Do you understand? So the first thing is first, get your membership. If you guys want my previous reactions, and we know how good they are, trust me, I want to upload them so much, but due to the fact with the copyright issues these days, which has pushed me in manga reading, I don't want to upload my old reactions because You know, I don't want any problems. But if you guys want to watch it, the exclusive members only, if you guys want it, let me know. I will reactivate my account on Vimeo and post my old reactions there and give you access to it. Okay? So I believe, yeah, Hunter x Hunter, one of my all-time favorite animes. One of them. One of my all-time favorite animes. And speaking of Hunter x Hunter, speaking on Hunter x Hunter, let me ask this question. Is there a manga for Hunter x Hunter continuation? Is there a manga for it? Let me check real quick here. I believe there are 2 volumes after where the anime left off. And the 2 volumes, are they colored? Is it a colored volume? And which number or which chapter did the anime left off? Dr. Lam, if you have the link, you can feel free to DM me and message me on Instagram, on IG, or on Facebook. If you know the link of the colored version, if they have a colored version where the anime left off, you can let me know. Victor, if you are into time travel and reincarnation genre mangas, I give you the names to read. Which one? Yeah, Dr. Lamb, look into it. Look into it. Look into it and let me know. All right, guys. That's it, guys. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to sign off. And like I said, guys, don't forget to get your membership. It's imperative. You know, don't forget to get your members. And as you do so, Tokyo Ghoul manga. That's a good one, Mr. Smokey, because I haven't seen the anime yet. I have not seen the anime. So that is a very, very good option. All right, continue to stay safe, guys. Stay classy.